Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we'll start with the land acknowledgement.
To you, sir. The lands we know today as the Township of Centre Wellington have been home to Indigenous peoples since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we are on treaty lands and the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee could not continue their traditional lifestyle and settled in their villages along the Credit River and in the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. We're grateful to have the opportunity to share and to respect Mother Earth, and we are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. Addendums and corrections to the agenda.
It's the Darcy Saunders edition.
Okay. Disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Okay, seeing none. We are now going to move into closed session, so I'll read this. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington convene in closed session in accordance with Section 2392F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to consider advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, seconder on that. Councillor Adams, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. So we'll be moving into closed session. We'll be there for probably about a half an hour to 45 minutes. If you're here, you can stay in the audience. We're going downstairs for that time. So. Welcome back. We're reconvened out of back into open session. There's nothing to come out of. There's no matters arising from closed sessions. We'll move down now to item 9, presentation and announcements. Centre Wellington Hydro Annual General Meeting report. I guess we'll start with Dan.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'd like to invite up Wayne Dyce from Centre Wellington Hydro. He has a presentation on the AGM.
Welcome, Wayne.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, Your Worship, and thank you to all of Council for welcoming us here today. I just hit the right arrow, I guess, for the presentation. Good. I have a few folks with me I'd like to introduce. We have our Vice President and Treasurer, Heather Dowling, and our Operations Manager, Matthew Aston, and our Board of Director Chair, Michelle Phillips, is with us today too. So just want to introduce them. And I'll get right into the presentation. If you have any questions, you can ask as I go or save them for the end. Either is good. Good. Alrighty, so we'll just jump right in. As far as the energy companies, there hasn't been any change with the structure. The sole shareholder is the Township of Centre Wellington, and the holding company is Centre Wellington Energy, and its subsidiaries, the regulated company, Centre Wellington Hydro, and the unregulated company, Centre Wellington Energy Innovations. That's working there now, good. As for the Director and Officers Register, there hasn't been any change with the Centre Wellington Energy Company over the last year, but there has been a change with the Innovations Company. We've transitioned to what we call a mirror board. So Dan Wilson and Mayor Waters and myself are directors on that company. And we've reduced it down to 3 from 5. Richard Seibel and Bob Cameron and Dale Murray have resigned as of 2025. There's been a bit of a slowdown with that company. There's just not a lot going on, so it didn't make sense to have a full contingent. And but I would like to take the time to acknowledge the 3 directors that are retiring. They brought a lot of business acumen and experience, especially in the private sector, to that board, and we really appreciated the time that they served. It was a non-paid and voluntary position for them. So again, I'd just like to thank them for their time. And with Centre Wellington Hydro, it's been a couple changes. David Proctor has finished his final term on the Centre Wellington Hydro board. And that's effective as of this month. And so again, I'd like to thank him for his time on the Centre Wellington Hydro board and wish him all the best in the future. And we've brought on Peter Souls. So Peter has a lot of experience in the industry. He's been around for a number of years working for utilities and for vendors, specifically customer information system vendors and consultants. So we're excited to have him on the board and welcome everything that he'll bring to that table. And as for the business portion, the formal business portion of the meeting, I'm not going to get into every line item there. It's the same thing that you see every year with approving audited financials and consents and things like that. But I would point out 2 highlights. Of course, the change that I just referred to with the Centre Wellington Energy Innovations Board, as well as a dividend request from the holding company, and the holding company being Centre Wellington Energy, for $30,000 a year. That company incurs typical annual costs, so for insurance and audited financials and legal fees, and it doesn't have a revenue stream aside from Centre Wellington Hydro. So we've established that, and those annual fees don't amount to $30,000, but we thought that we would leave ourselves a bit of a buffer so that we didn't have to come back year over year to increase that. So that will start this year. And that's really the only out of the ordinary changes, I would say, with the kind of normal annual business portion that SV law directs us to do. So we'll kind of get into Centre Wellington Hydro. That's the bulk of the presentation. So last year was a busy year for us. We went through what was called rate rebasing cost of service application. There are a lot of things that go into that application. It's a couple thousand pages long. We have a formal 5-year business plan, and we come up with 5-year load expectations and asset condition assessment and distribution system plan. And so we submitted that in May to the Ontario Energy Board. And then we worked through the process for the rest of the year through the interrogatories with OEB staff and interveners and a settlement conference that lasts a couple of days. And then just going back and forth right up until the end of the year in December, when we were finally granted the final decision for our new rates effective January 1st of this year. So I would like to acknowledge staff, maybe especially to Heather Dowling, who was the project lead on that application. It's a tremendous amount of work, and we were very successful with that. You can see the outcome where our residential rates and small commercial rates actually went down a little bit, and our large commercial customer rates, they went up by a small amount. So that really met our strategic goals that we have, and that's trying to keep our rates in line with inflation. The cost of service application is an opportunity for utilities to increase their rates above what the normal annual inflation minus a clawback is. And again, we've kind of met our strategic goals in keeping our rates right in line with inflation. And I'll speak a little bit more to the 5-year capital investment later on in the presentation, which was a big portion of the application, of course. So that rate order transitions into our bills that we give our customers. And this slide here is it's not an exact bill. The circular graph to the right, it demonstrates what our customers pay to us. So it breaks it out. And about $34 a month of a typical residential customer comes to Centre Wellington Hydro, which translates to about 24% of the overall bill. Of course, the lion's share goes to the ISO, and in turn, they settle with the generators in the province. And Hydro One receives about 12%, and then we all pay taxes, of course. But in looking at the bill, we revamped that last year. We have a new bill print. We added color. We added information that's easier to see, historical graphs, and it really breaks it out and really has helped the customers understand what they're paying. And we've received some good feedback on that. As you can see, just one comment from a customer with a smiley face. Smiley faces are always good. But we don't just trust the smiley faces. We do follow up with customers. We had a customer satisfaction survey earlier this year, and you'll see on the left-hand side graph there, we ask our customers how familiar they feel they are with what they pay Centre Wellington Hydro. So what comes to us and not to all the other entities on the bill. And you can see there that historically, the average has been just under 30%, where customers feel they kind of understand the bill and where the money goes. But there's been quite an improvement there. It's upwards of 50% now. 60%. So that's a great improvement. It's kind of proof in the pudding that our new bill print is working, and it's helping our customers understand what they're paying for. And the graph to the right there, it asks our customers if they, if they feel that the money for the services that Centre Wellington Hydro receives, basically how they feel about that. And historically, that's been around the 50% year over year. And there's been a vast improvement with that around 80% of customers now feel at least net satisfied that the percentage they're paying Centre Wellington Hydro for the service we provide, and that's a good news story for sure. The customer satisfaction survey, we ask a lot of questions, of course, and they come up with, the surveying company comes up with a statistically sound indexed overall score, which I believe was 87% for this survey. But I always like this question, and it really is just in your face, overall, thinking about the services that your utility provides to you and the community, how satisfied are you? And we're pretty happy with those answers too. I mean, 90% of our customers are very satisfied with Centre Wellington Hydro. So that's the question I like. It's just point blank. And there's another shift in some of these questions. So we always ask our customers what their priorities are. We give them kind of the 4 top priorities that I think they would agree are the top priorities. And historically, they've always put reliability at the top, always. And then it's been price and customer service and conservation. And you'll see there that this year's survey, the bulk of the customers, over 70% of customers feel that price is most important right now. And in thinking about this question, just talking about it with management, I think there's just a few things maybe to consider why this might be. One of them is, likely has to do, with the election south of the border last year, and the tariffs and tariff threats and all the unsettledness that's going on. And then closer to home with our provincial election earlier in the year and the federal election, which just so happened to coincide with when we put this survey out. So we think that those played a part in that, as well as Centre Wellington Hydro's reliability. So I'll speak to it a little bit later on, but our reliability of service is exceptional. And when customers aren't experiencing a lot of outages, they aren't experiencing a lot of customer service issues, I think it becomes less top of mind. So I think that's probably why it slid a little bit. But it is interesting, and it would be interesting to see in the years to come if that kind of transitions back to what it had normally been for years. So. And just moving into some of our key performance indicators, you probably recognize this slide. It's the same scorecard that the OEB puts out every year for all utilities. And it's actually not public, but we do know what our scores are for 2024. So you'll see them in that column. And then we put in the industry average for 2023. So it's just a good comparison with Centre Wellington Hydro and the industry average for all those indices. And I'm not going to speak to all of them. You can see that we do exceed all the targets that are put in front of Centre Wellington Hydro by our regulator. But I guess I should just point out with the financial ratios, they are strong. That's important to note. And then in the middle there, the system reliability. So that just shows the the average number of hours that a customer is out of power until it's restored, and as well as the number of time that customers experience, the number of times that a customer experienced an interruption in the year. And that 0.01 and 0.1 respectively for those two indices are a fraction of what the industry average is. So that's something that we're very proud of, and I know our customers are very happy with too. And just at a high level, Centre Wellington Hydro, by the numbers for last year, it just points out, customer count and our calls and appointments and things like that. We certainly are busy and growing as well. What I find interesting with all of these is on the right-hand side, the peak load. So last year we peaked at 31 megawatts, and that's the highest peak that Centre Wellington Hydro has ever had. So our load is increasing. Up until now, I think our highest peak had been about 29 megawatts. And then you'll see that line below that, renewable distribution connected to generation. So that 2.6 megawatts is the nameplate rating of all the generators, the total of all our generators in Centre Wellington. And those are hydraulic generators on the waterway, on the Grand, as well as solar. I find that it's quite impressive, actually, that we're almost 10% of connected renewable generation to our system compared to our peak load. So I think that that's a good sign that our customers and our community is receptive and installing generation. And from what I understand, Council's contemplating this for the new service center in Gartshore. So we think that's fantastic. And just some of the key capital projects that we have going on, just with that distribution system plan. So over the next 5 years, we plan on spending $13 million on capital projects, specifically capital works. And that's just to accommodate the increased growth and electrification, which supports economic development, of course, and increased system expansion through customer connections and maintaining that positive reliability. So we replace our assets. That's one of the ways that we're able to manage that good reliability is replacing assets in the field before they fail. And of course, we try and accommodate municipal projects. So those pictures there at the bottom, those are our crews working out on St. David Street. So we find efficiencies when we can jump in when the municipality is completing projects. Just working while the roads are closed, we can be more efficient. It's more safe, and we can ensure that we're staying out of the way of the municipal infrastructure and curbs and roads, etc. So, and the largest project that we have in the next 5 years, which you're aware of because we came to council last year asking for approval to borrow money and finance this project, is the Fergus MS5 substation build. And Matt just informed me this morning that it started a few hours ago. So we're starting construction on that, and we've done some public engagement to make sure that the neighbors around there are fully aware of the project, and it's exciting to get this started. And just some of the financial highlights for last year. The total revenue was $25.33 million. Now, the vast majority of that is just a pass-through. We collect money from all of our customers, and then in turn, we pay the IESO who settle with the generators. The portion that we keep is the $4.6 million, the distribution revenue, we call it. And that's what we use to complete all our capital projects and operations and maintenance projects and administration of running the company, of course. And our net income fell right in line with our return on equity, which is deemed by the Ontario Energy Board at 9%. And then we use that, of course, for the shareholder payment. So the shareholder receives that $366,000 annually. And our shareholder equity keeps increasing each year, which is always positive. And we have a solid debt to equity ratio there. So we have lots of room to borrow to finance new projects in the growth that we're all anticipating. And just to finish off and cap it off here, just some positive takeaways. So maybe start in the bottom left side there. We're of course always happy to support our community and special projects, and we did that last year with over $50,000 of spending. And as discussed, our rates, we are competitive with our rates, and our customers do appreciate that. And the shareholder value keeps increasing, which is what we want. We want to make sure that the locally owned utility continues to be viable and efficient. And our reliability, it is one of the best in the province. I think we're one of the top 4 for sure with reliability. And we've been working hard at stakeholder engagement, and I think it kind of showed in our customer satisfaction survey results with some of those questions that we provided. And we continue to work on strong governance with, the majority independent directors and code of conduct and using a skills matrix. And that was, one of the ways to, we got, as mentioned, Peter Souls on our board. It's important to keep focus on that because both the ministry and the OEB, they're aware of what the utilities governance structures are, and so we keep focusing on that. And last but not least is we've had zero lost time for our employees. And no public incidents at all. So safety, of course, is a priority. That's one of the reasons we don't actually ask that to our customers. It's just a given that safety is number one. So with that, that's the end of the presentation. And again, thank you for having us here. I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Wayne. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Wayne. That's a nice overview. When you are seeking a new board position, I see 1 or 2 might expire soon. Do you advertise them?
Yes, we do. And thank you for the question. And through you, Mayor Waters, we do advertise them. We advertise them in it's a sector-related job search site, and we also advertise them locally and on our website.
Through you, Mayor, for follow-up. I appreciate the charitable donations that you're making. That is a wonderful thing. I maybe for future, just to keep in mind, it's an ask. We're in need of family doctors, and financially, sometimes we need to incentivize those things. And so I don't know if we could work with the CAO on something like that, but just to put that out there. Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Wayne, just wanted to thank you for being here and providing an excellent annual update. I think we're all very proud of the service reliability of CW Hydro, and it's not surprising that we're always ranking one of the province's best performing. I know it's pretty common now when people are looking at homes in Centre Wellington, the realtors are getting asked whether it's, a CW Hydro home or other. So that just, I think, speaks to how well of a job you guys are all doing. So thank you.
Any further comments or Councillor Craddock?
Thank you, and through you. Just curious, does CW Hydro offer paperless billing?
Yes, through you, Mayor Waters, and I didn't pay Councillor Craddock to ask that question. But thank you for the question.
No.
We absolutely do, and we promote it. We actually we do run e-billing programs where everyone who signs up for it within a certain time period, we pick a specific charity that we will donate to. Or we actually did one a few years ago where we would plant a tree. We planted a tree for everyone, over that summer that signed up for it. So electronic bills, obviously, I don't know if people realize the amount of paper that it would truly save, and how much more environmentally friendly it would be if everyone was signed up for e-billing.
I will make the switch tonight.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Wayne, I'd just like to thank yourself and your staff and your crew and just for the amazing job. You make us all very proud to have Centre Wellington part of our community, and I hear it all the time in terms of the public's interest and desire to be with. Not everyone can be because of sometimes there's the logistics. The other thing I'd like to speak to is the fact that 25 years in the process, and I was at Celebration last week where there was an open house. There's a great turnout, but that also speaks kudos to the community as well in terms of support of Centre Wellington Hydro. So again, thank you for all your efforts, and I really appreciate you coming out today. So.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move down to delegations. Oh, sorry. I apologize. I'm getting ahead of myself. We have a recommendation the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approve the 2024 shareholder direction as outlined in the resolution of the shareholder of Centre Wellington Energy, Inc., and that the Council approve the 2024 annual report and approve audited financial statements for Centre Wellington Hydro, Centre Wellington Energy Innovations, and Centre Wellington Energy, Inc. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Okay, so now we're down to delegations at 10.4. I'm going to ask Erika Montero, Catherine Daultrey, Cathi Bastien, and Cathi Sullivan from the Elora Business Improvement Area to come up to, are you going to come, is someone going to speak? We all are. Okay, so you're all, you have 10 minutes, not individually, just as a group. So you're welcome however you want to come up to the front. That'd be great. And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Waters and members of council. Thanks for letting me speak today. I'll try to be really quick. I know I don't have a lot of time. So my name's Erika, and I'm the current chair of the Elora BIA, but I'm also a downtown business owner, homeowner, and taxpayer. I joined the BIA in December because I had some serious concerns about its lack of transparency. Since then, I've worked alongside the rest of this board to bring the BIA into legal compliance and proper governance. What's before you today, a bylaw recommending the removal and replacement of the entire BIA board, is not simply about administration, it's about control, and I hope to provide you with the missing context. The report claims this issue stems from a clerical error, but this so-called error, appointing more than 3 business members, has appeared in every BIA appointment bylaw passed by this council and previous ones for over 15 years. This is not a one-time oversight, but it is an alarming attempt to reverse long-standing precedent and replace a local board of unpaid volunteers with highly paid township staff. This harms public trust and undermines the core principle of community-led governance. This board, appointed by you just months ago, has not only functioned, but corrected years of municipal non-compliance. Under our leadership, the Elora BIA began holding its first legally required open public meetings for the first time ever. For years, both the Elora and Fergus BIAs did not hold meetings open to the public, as required by law. When I first raised this with staff, I was told that open public meetings didn't apply to BIAs in that way. It took my personally contacting the Ontario Ombudsman to confirm that it does. Since January, we've welcomed resident voices, begun recording meetings, implemented proper financial oversight and dual signing authority, and worked to create a required procedural bylaw, without receiving any formal governance or legal training whatsoever. And it was this board, not staff, that identified these long-standing issues and took action in good faith to fix them. I have also personally reached out to members of council, submitted concerns in writing, outlined serious issues, including improper financial management and a lack of transparency from BIA boards of the past. Although since contacting council on April 2nd, I have not had a response from council, the response from staff has not been one of collaboration. I received an email from staff accepting a resignation I never gave, refusing assistance to the board, and threatening that if we didn't elect a new executive, the township would repeal the establishing bylaw, presumably the 1992 bylaw, which was only recently and suddenly discovered, and repeated escalating pressure, off-the-record meetings, and email suggestions that we should quietly step down. I want to be absolutely clear. The reason that this bylaw is before you now is not because we failed to fulfill our role, but because we did. Speaking for myself, I took this role very seriously. I followed the law, I contacted the Ombudsman and Council, I asked questions, and I didn't back down when the answers were uncomfortable. We did not create the situation we inherited. We inherited it, and now having worked to correct it, we're being punished for it. Meanwhile, the same staff who refused to support or train this board now promises to do so for a future one, and themselves, and installing themselves as the interim board. This is not just an administrative reset. It's a political move to silence a squeaky wheel and a board that believes in transparency, sustainability, a local voice, and protecting the soul of this community. And that should concern every resident, taxpayer, business owner, and elected official here today. I'm not here to tell you how to vote. I'm here to ask, do we really value independent community-driven boards, or do we only tolerate them when they stay quiet? Thank you.
Thank you, Erika. Yes. Go ahead. Yep.
Sorry. Go this way to see so I can't see you. All right. All right. Thank you, Mayor Waters. Good morning, Mayor Waters, members of council, township staff. My name is Cathi Daultrey. I'm a Centre Wellington taxpayer. I'm the owner of Once Upon a Guise in Elora and also a member of the Elora BIA. I'm here today because what is being described as a procedural correction is in reality a top-down removal of a willing volunteer board, one that has been actively working since January to align the Elora BIA with the Municipal Act and the expectations of this council. Since our appointment, we have focused on open meetings, financial transparency, service to our members and the community, a general collaboration and genuine collaboration with township staff. You'll hear this repeal is about legal compliance, but when township staff flagged the outdated 1992 bylaw as their, when township staff flagged the outdated 1992 bylaw, their only immediate recommendation was to hold a general election. Instead, at our next board meeting, we passed a resolution to amend bylaw 3073-1992 to update the number of board members to 5 to 7. This change reflects long-standing practice, falls fully within council's authority, yet it appears that that resolution was never brought forward to you. This isn't defiance, it's governance. And the record is clear. Council has appointed more than 3 business members to the Elora BIA for well over a decade. This isn't an anomaly. It's custom and convention. These were formal appointments by council, signed by the mayor and clerk. This board was not self-installed. It was appointed, approved, and operating in line with past practice. Let's be transparent. The township has called for a general election of this board 4 separate times since January, twice verbally, twice in writing. From the outside, this might seem like a fair solution. It may appear that this board has been well supported, but that hasn't been our experience. We received minimal support despite our efforts to operate lawfully and in good faith. When our chair raised financial concerns earlier this year, this township reply wasn't assistance. It was an email stating that the township accepts your resignation, although no resignation was given. The same message threatened to dissolve the BIA unless we accepted reconstruction as well as covered consultant costs out of our own budget. In the meantime, this board has worked to address serious gaps left by the previous chair and board, including the practice of having closed meetings, having only one signing officer, missing invoices, and unpaid obligations from the 2024 budget, including OBIA dues. We also uncovered that over $1,900 was spent on a 2023 campaign before the board had even approved the campaign, and in the end, the campaign was never approved due to its racially insensitive content. This kind of unauthorized spending without oversight or follow-up highlights the very governance failures we've been correcting. I respectfully ask that you vote against the bylaw, instead amend the outdated structure as we requested. Don't disband a board that's simply doing its job and doing it well. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any other
Mayor Waters, members of council and township staff. Thank you for this opportunity. And my name is Cathi Bastien. I am speaking as a property owner, a business owner, and a taxpayer who pays BIA levies. I am a dedicated member of the Elora BIA Executive Board. I am also a strong supporter of our village's business community and its continued growth and success. I'm here today to respectfully ask the council to vote against the recommendation outlined in Report COR 2025-13, specifically the proposal to dissolve the current Elora BIA Board of Management and install an interim board in its place. To be clear, I absolutely support legal compliance, good governance, and full transparency. I agree that governance must align with the Municipal Act, and I support efforts to ensure our bylaws are up to date and clear. These are important principles, but the approach being proposed here today does not uphold those values. It undermines them. What's being recommended is disruptive, unnecessary, and ultimately counterproductive to the goals we all share. The core issue here is not one of mismanagement, wrongdoing, or even neglect. The real issue is Bylaw 3073-1992, which is now 33 years old. It was written at a time when Elora looked and functioned very differently than it does today. In the 1990s, our downtown was less commercially active and had far fewer demands on its BIA board because the BIA catchment was smaller. Elora has changed dramatically since then, and the business environment has changed with it. Expectations from the BIA have increased exponentially. Governance structures that may have been appropriate in 1992 no longer reflect the needs or realities of the Elora BIA and the businesses it represents. That's why the current BIA board has already passed a resolution asking council to update the bylaw so that outdated rules can be modernized before they're enforced in ways that disrupt the work we're doing. Updating the bylaw before applying it punitively isn't just reasonable, it's the reasonable path forward. The current Elora BIA board was duly appointed by council and has been working hard on behalf of the business community. The claim that we are now non-compliant is based on a technicality that has been overlooked by multiple councils for well over a decade. The overappointment of members wasn't an act of defiance or negligence. It was a long-standing administrative practice. To penalize a functioning dedicated board for an oversight that has been a standard practice is both unfair and destabilizing. This entire process also raises serious concerns about how public resources are being used. How much has already been spent on staff time, legal consultation, report preparation, and meeting logistics related to this issue? And if township staff, namely the CAO of Centre Wellington, the municipal clerk, and the managing director of corporate services and treasurer is taking control of the BIA in the interim, how much more will be spent replacing a volunteer board with salaried personnel? This is not only inefficient, it is a misuse of taxpayer dollars. Worse still, the process is damaging trust. Township staff have made it clear they won't support the current board in correcting the bylaw issue, but they have already committed full support to a future board should this one be replaced. Workshops, bylaw updates, and hands-on guidance have been promised in advance to a board that does not yet exist, while the current board, already working hard, is denied those same tools. Instead, we face threats, legal pressure, and persistent obstacles. Meanwhile, the Fergus BIA, facing the exact same compliance issue, is being met with offers of support and partnership. The double standard is striking, and it sends a troubling message. That support is conditional, not on performance, but on compliance with politics. That kind of inequity erodes faith in our local government and makes it harder for anyone to step up and volunteer in the future. The sustained pressure is also taking a toll. We are volunteers and small business owners. We joined the board because we wanted to contribute, support fellow entrepreneurs, and improve the state of the BIA. But instead of doing that, we spend our time fending off bureaucratic challenges, clarifying misinterpretations, and defending our legitimacy. We are too busy responding to corrections to move forward on the actual work. And now we learn that the former BIA chair has emailed a selective group of merchants asking them to sign in support of this report. If this happened, it is deeply troubling, especially from someone who chaired a 9-person board and an 8-person board. To now suggest that similar structure is illegitimate, it's not only ironic, it's disingenuous. To conclude, I am not here to argue against compliance. I am here to advocate for common sense, collaboration, and continuity. Replacing this board right as the summer tourism season kicks off would not just be disruptive, it would stall momentum, create confusion, and waste months of effort. We've been building relationships, set plans in motion, and laid groundwork for a productive season. That progress deserves to be protected. I urge Council to reject the recommendation in Report COR 2025-13 and instead choose to work with the Elora BIA to modernize the outdated bylaw without the need for unnecessary upheaval or a paid interim board. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mayor Waters and members of council and township staff, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. Though I've got to say it's very intimidating looking at you all here. My name is Cathi Sullivan. I'm the owner of Cafe Creperie, and I've been a member of the Elora BIA for a few years now. My purpose here is to offer clarity on the steps the Elora BIA has taken since the December 2024 meeting and the resignation of our chair. This has been a time of transition for us, and I believe it's important for council to hear directly from those who have been part of the process. In January, a group of us, consisting of executive members, both returning and newly elected, gathered for a meeting at the suggestion of township staff. The intent was to regroup, discuss the next steps, and ensure we were moving forward with transparency and accountability. At that meeting were Robin Gao, our treasurer, returning executive members Cathi Daultrey, Cathi Bastien, Cathi Sullivan, and newly elected members Erika Montero, Aileen Jenkins, and Leslie Magnus. Township staff present at the meeting, including Carrie O'Kane and Kristen Bettiol, acknowledged that yes, the election of the new members in December had technically brought us over the 5 to 7 limit allowed in the BIA Constitution. However, those elections were carried out in good faith, following standard nomination and voting procedures. There was no intent to overstep or bypass policy, only to continue our work during a leadership transition. At the time, it was suggested that we consider holding an entirely new election. After internal discussion, we made the collective decision not to remove the newly elected members, recognizing that their involvement came through a procedural error, not misconduct. When we made this position clear, we were told, and I quote, "Let's move forward then and put the past behind us." That was 6 months ago. We have since then continued our work in good faith with the understanding that we were operating within the township's support to find stability and restore momentum. There was no indication at that time that we were heading toward possible dissolution. If the central concern now is that our board exceeds the member count allowed by the 1992 bylaw, then the solution to me is clear and simple. Reduce our numbers by 2 and bring the board back into the compliance. That is a decision we are prepared to make on our June 17th meeting, and we will report the outcome back to you. If, however, the concern has shifted, if this is no longer about compliance, but about control, optics, or politics, then I worry we are heading down a more divisive path, one that could undermine the spirit of collaboration we were encouraged to uphold this year. The current board is ready and willing to cooperate, to correct course where needed, and to keep the BIA functioning in service to the business community it represents. We do not believe that dissolving the board and installing an interim one is necessary, cost-effective, or in the best interest of the community. We ask Council to recognize the progress already made and to give us the opportunity to resolve this in a way that respects both the letter and the spirit of the law. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. At this point in time, I'd like to invite Darcy Saunders up. Welcome, Darcy. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'll try to keep her short for you. Mayor Waters and members of council, my name is Darcy Saunders, and I live in very close proximity to downtown Elora, and I'm not part of the BIA, but I am a concerned resident who has been closely following the township's decision-making, and what I see is deeply troubling in my opinion. In just my immediate neighborhood, over the last few years, I've witnessed bylaw violations and construction projects proceeding without proper notice or without permits altogether. I've raised these concerns directly with senior staff, department heads, mayors, and Ward 1 councillors. The only response I received is that if I want anything done, I need to monitor and report on my neighbors myself. The result, silence, inaction, and no accountability. If that's what I'm seeing in my own street, what else is happening across the township? And yet, despite these long-standing and unresolved health and safety issues, the township is now allocating significant staff resources, legal fees, and time to enforcing a 1992 bylaw, apparently for the purpose of dissolving a volunteer BIA board, to my knowledge, has operated with more than 4 members for decades without issue. When residents raise serious issues, we're ignored. But when the BIA board attempts to improve governance and bring concerns into the open, they're met with swift retaliation and aggressive bylaw enforcement. If staff are unaware of the violations happening all around us, they should be. And if they are aware and are choosing not to act, that's even more troubling. Either way, enforcement is inconsistent, and the burden unfairly falls to the residents, expected to act as an unpaid bylaw or building inspector just to get basic rules enforced. It simply doesn't add up. Now we're talking about replacing unpaid local volunteers with the highest level of township staff at taxpayers' expense to manage a BIA that's supposed to be funded by a commercial levy, not the general tax base. This alone raises serious questions about how public resources are being prioritized and spent. It also raises concerns about transparency. This BIA board is the first in Elora to consistently notify the public of its meetings and conduct its business openly, something that, to my understanding, has not been done in the past. And this reflects a much broader problem. Accessing public information in this township is unnecessarily difficult, while other municipalities provide online access to zoning, permits, site plans, and more. Here, residents are told to go through staff, wait, and often file an FOI request just to access information that should already be public. That's not transparency, that's obstruction. The irony is glaring. Volunteers stepped up, identified governance problems, and worked in good faith to address them, only to now be targeted. While meanwhile, larger systemic issues within paid township departments can continue unchecked. If the township can act this swiftly and forcefully to enforce an outdated bylaw against a functioning volunteer board, why can't the same urgency be applied to real, ongoing concerns like unsafe building practices, zoning violations, and lack of access to public records? And if bylaw enforcement is selective, then what's the purpose of having bylaws at all? I'm also concerned by reports that this closed session prior to this meeting may have involved this BIA issue. If so, that only deepens the transparency concerns and raises questions about how decisions are being discussed and made out of public view. I urge council to consider this precedent being set here, because from where I stand, this doesn't look like accountability or good governance. It looks like institutional self-protection, and it certainly doesn't appear to be in service of the residents of the broader good of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy, for your presentation. Okay. You say, what we'll do is okay. So we're going to do consent items, and then we're going to take a break for lunch. So Okay, item 11, consent items. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and are voted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items be removed from consent agenda for separate action. And I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approve consent agenda items 11.1 and 11.2. So do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy, any further comments or questions as it relates to those consent? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, so do you want to do 12.1? There's a bunch of people. Okay, yeah, we could do, yes. Okay, so let's do this. If you're okay with this, we'll go to item 12.1 since we had delegations on that, and then with that way we don't have to keep people here. So if you're okay with that, we're going to move down to item 12.1, BIA board composition update, and we have a report from Dan, our CAO, Dan Wilson. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. This report is related to the composition of the Elora BIA board. It was recently brought to our attention that the original bylaw establishing the BIA indicates that membership shall be consisting of 4 members appointed by council, one of which should be a member of council, and that is bylaw 3073-1992, and it is attached to the report for your reference. In error, the township has approved more people to the Elora BIA Board of Management than is allowed by the established bylaw. Through discussion with legal counsel, staff believe the appropriate move forward is to rescind the appointments of the directors of the Elora BIA, appoint an interim board of management that will be very short term with the intent of establishing a new board through an AGM process. The annual general meeting can be scheduled and held in the next several weeks to make this a smooth transition and as fast as possible. We would provide notice to the general membership, and there is nothing precluding the current board members in putting their names forward and seeking re-election. Staff would immediately work with the newly appointed Board of Management to update bylaw 3073-1992 to comply with the current Municipal Act 2001 and reflect the desired composition of the Elora BIA Board of Management. And it would be an opportunity to review any other governance documents and or procedures for the Elora BIA at that time as well. Township staff would support the newly elected board by hosting a workshop to clearly outline the statutory framework, roles and responsibilities of the executive, the membership, and the township, as well as inclusion instructions on how to effectively govern. And once we are able to correct this error for the Elora BIA, we have plans to bring something forward with respect to the Fergus BIA at a future meeting, and to make sure that they're compliant as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Sorry, Dan, did you say, sorry, just to clarify, did you confirm like when, upon this appointment, the next annual general meeting would be called? Did we have a timeline for that?
Through Mayor Waters, we're trying to do this AGM as quickly as possible. We're thinking early to mid-July at the latest to have this AGM. We need to make sure we provide proper notice to the membership before we hold it.
Thank you, through you. Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear that you said that this would be open, obviously, to all members to reapply. I would propose like an amendment if we are doing this in I agree we need to to update this in order to ensure like our legal compliance and enhancement of accountability and transparency principles. Looking at the appointments, I would just make an amendment actually to remove Kim Jefferson and to add Mayor Waters. And the reason for this would be that Councillor Jefferson would have been an original appointment, and it looks like we're making some staff placements, and Mayor Waters is the only staff member as under the Municipal Act. So I would propose to make that amendment.
Is any other questions? Okay. Yes, Councillor Wilton. Yes.
If Councillor Adams was moving that, I'm seconding that, so it can be on the floor.
Through you, sir. Thank you, Councillor Jefferson. Just to qualify and make sure everybody's aware, or sorry, Councillor Adams, I apologize. Just to make sure everybody's clear, that's just for the month. And then when the new board is in place, Councillor Jefferson will be one of the 4 and go back to the role as the representative for council on that board.
Councillor McDonald, do you have anything? Okay. Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Dan, you mentioned the Fergus BIA is also not in compliance. Just curious if we have a timeline for when we'd follow the same procedure and process for the Fergus BIA as we're endeavoring to do for the Elora BIA. Thank you.
Thank you. And through Mayor Waters, our intent is to go through the process with the Elora BIA first and learn some best practices for this approach. And then we'll be coming back to council with an intended plan for the Fergus BIA.
Sorry, Mayor Waters, I was just doing a second to the amendment. That was all. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Any further comments or questions? So I'm going to read the recommendation that the Council of Township...
Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
You need to deal with the amendment first.
Okay.
Please.
So I'd like to rescind the last one as a friendly... Okay. Yes. And second on that. And everyone in favor of rescinding the last... Okay. So we have a new one in front of us. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington pass the attached bylaw to repeal portion of bylaw 2025-20 and remove certain appointments made thereunder and to appoint a new interim board of management for the Elora business improvement area as amended to replace Councillor Jefferson with Mayor Waters on an interim board. So do we have we have a mover on that? We did have a mover on that, or did another one? Okay, so Councillor Adams and who would be second that one? Who would like to second that one? Okay, Councillor Evoy. Any further comments or questions or on as it relates to that?
A recorded vote, please.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Question.
Yes, Councillor Craddock.
Just one question before you walk away, Dan. Apologies. Just for further clarification, our delegations, our current governing body of the BIA would be open to run again if...
Absolutely. Through Mayor Waters, any one of the membership of the Elora BIA area can run.
Nothing exciting. Okay. Thank you.
So I'll ask for a vote first and then we'll record that.
Yep.
So all those in... Sorry? Before I guess, go ahead.
Just point of order. A recorded vote, do we do one at a time across the horseshoe?
Okay.
Thank you.
And you'll call.
Yep. So do you want to take the vote first and then do you want me to call the recorded vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
What we do.
So, yes. So I'll leave it to you to call the original vote.
All original vote. All in favor? Okay, and now we'll...
So please just indicate a yes or a no. I'll start with Councillor McDonald.
Sorry, can we read the full bylaw again?
Yeah.
They're under the point of the board of water.
Councillor McDonald.
Yay.
Councillor Jefferson.
Yay.
Councillor Eboy.
With some trepidation, yay.
Councillor Adams.
That's not acceptable.
Nay.
Councillor Wilton.
I do not have enough information to make this decision, so therefore I abstain.
Councillor Craddock.
Yeah.
And Mayor Waters.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And that passes.
Okay, so we're going to take a break and we'll have lunch. We'll be back in.
Okay, welcome back, folks. Was for our afternoon session. I'm going to look to council. I want to move item 12.4, BT Corner, a Restoration Community Partnership Project, up as our first agenda this afternoon. Are we all good with that? Yep, seeing head nods there. Okay, so I'll read that. BT Corner Restoration Community Partnership Project and a report from Lucas. Welcome, Lucas.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the consideration to bump this up in the agenda. I bring to you today a good news story, a report of a community partnership that we are engaging in with Mr. Burt and Marilyn Peel, who are in the gallery here today. This is a project to restore and revitalize BT Corner, which is located at 215 Bridge Street in Fergus. BT Corner is owned by the township, and it's maintained by the Fergus Horticultural Society. And the project was presented to staff earlier in 2025. However, this was a project that the Horticultural Society had on their radar for some time now, since about 2018. They approached us in January of 2025 with the present donors generously offering to fund the project. To which then we were receptive and started working towards seeing how we could make this happen. Because of that, it was not originally on the 2025 business plan, and we are today here to ask that you allow us to move forward with this project. The project, again, as I said, will be entirely funded through this community partnership donation to the tune of $55,492, excluding HST. A significant and very generous donation. It is entirely funded through our donors, Burt and Marilyn Peel, and they are valued members of the Horticultural Society. The scope of the work includes that we will replace the existing stone dust, which is in the larger section of the parkland area there, with decorative paving stones. There'll be updated lighting fixtures, installation of updated plantings, and placement of armor stone around the garden, as well as the existing pavers, some plants, and the memorial stones that outline the corner currently will remain undisturbed. The schedule is anticipated to be completed this summer. And this project aligns with our strategic plan initiatives to improve community health, activity, and health and wellness, and our environmental stewardship. We recommend the council authorize that the mayor and council authorize staff to move forward with this project as included in the 2025 business plan and proceed with the construction. This venture represents a beneficial partnership with our community and its dedicated volunteers and supporters, and I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Lucas. Comments, questions, Councillor Evoy.
Thank you through you, sir. Thank you. And to our generous donors, thank you so much. We appreciate your commitment to the well-being and beautification of our community. On that note, is there going to be somewhere where we will recognize our donors? And two, what does BT stand for?
Through you, Mayor. I can't speak to the latter. I'm not sure what BT stands for. I'm sure I could do some digging and I can get back to you shortly. I'm assuming it might have something to do with that it's within the BT Foundry area. And then to the former question, sorry, could you repeat the question again? So at this point in the agreement, there wasn't a provision for recognition. However, that's something as we consider moving forward. It's not in our current agreement that we have set up,
though. Through your Mayor Waters, a special thank you to the sponsor of this. It's looking like a mini park, which is beautiful because I support all parks. But also our sponsorship bylaw. This is so we can do these types of donor initiatives, and I love everything about it. I agree with Councillor Evoy. If the sponsor would like a plaque, I think that would be very nice and tasteful. Just look at the Jefferson Community Center. Jefferson is incorporated in there too. I really like how the paver stones are being done, and it's really looking very welcoming. Anyone could just walk through. have a seat, look, whatever. And so thank you. This is definitely a good news story today.
Was it Councillor Adams or okay, Councillor Wilton?
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Lucas, and thank you our sponsors and community partners. And the Horticulture Society deserves a lot of credit for how well they take care of this space already. It's beautiful. There was a really great suggestion came up at the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee about seating, to make the seating a little more creative and inviting than typical park hard bench. So I'm just curious if that's still kind of been noted and being carried forward to talk to CREO about in terms of the actual installation of everything. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. We definitely have that on our queue to speak to them about. We haven't had an opportunity to explore that yet, but it is on our radar from the meeting last week, and we'll move forward with that.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you to Burton, Maryland, for your donation. That's greatly appreciated. My question revolves around the statue or sculpture. A few years ago, the Fergus BIA, I believe, paid for and had a sculpture that was installed. I think it was a metal one by David Cross. And then there was some damage that was done to it. So it was removed and David was fixing it and had it in storage because I think something came up about the base that needed to work or something to be done for. So I was just wondering if there was provision in here for the sculpture to be put back out into its location or location at BT Corners. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor. To my knowledge, I wasn't aware of that. Definitely there's capacity to look at how that role that will fit into this, and if there's any changes that need to be made, I'll take that back and see how that fits within the scope. But thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Any other questions or comments? On behalf of the Township, Burton, Maryland, really thank you for supporting this very important space. I know you know that as well, but it speaks to our community, our heritage, and again, your generosity. And on behalf of Centre Wellington, our staff and the community, thank you. Okay. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the Mayor and Clerk to sign the BT Corner Restoration Community Partnership Agreement and direct staff to execute the renovations outlined in agreement attached to report CS 2025-19. Do we have a mover on that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Okay. So now we'll go back to item 12.2. That's Bellwood Hall renovations, and we have a report from Kelsey. Casey. I've worked with a lot of people with their names start with K. So anyways.
Good afternoon, Mayor Waters and members of council. We are pleased to bring forward an important update to the Bellwood Hall renovation project. As you know, Bellwood Hall is a valued community asset with deep historical roots dating back to the 1870s. Over the past years, it has served a hub for the community connection, hosting everything from the Bellwood Lions Pike Derby, car shows, yoga classes, day camps, and family reunions, to name a few. The purpose of this report is to seek council's direction to move the project forward into the next phase, which is preparation of construction-ready documents. This following a thorough design development process that included a broad community engagement, careful review of facility conditions, and a realistic assessment of the timelines and cost. Many of the building's key components are approaching or have reached the end of their service life. By addressing all critical needs through the single coordinated renovation, we can minimize disruption to the community while ensuring the facility remains safe, functional, and accessible for years to come. This presentation will introduce a revised project schedule and outline the next council touch points, including a presentation of a Class B budget this fall. As part of this phase, we're also recommending that staff be directed to investigate alternative funding sources, such as grants, partnerships, naming opportunities to help bridge the identified budget gap. To walk us through the current status design considerations, I'd like to introduce Michael, our project architect from ATA Architects, who will kind of walk through the proposed renovation. And Michael is online.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity for myself, and with me as part of the project team is Kyle Sweet, and online is also Daniel from JDX, who is our mechanical and electrical a consultant for this work. So I'll quickly run through a small presentation, and then I'll hand it back over to Casey. So we can go to the second slide, please. So just a quick summary of our project team. As mentioned, our mechanical and electrical engineer is JDX. Our cost estimator on this project is B2Y. We have a code consultant, Senzin, and civil and structural from Manticon Engineering out of Dundas. On our project architect team, it's myself, Ryan, Kyle, Alan, and Catherine, who are doing all the work behind the scenes. Next slide. So often we are asked, or often every time is how much time, how much money, and what is the scope? So we hope that this presentation sort of categorizes and answers those three main questions. So when we started this work, we divided into zones, not knowing if or how the construction would work out. So we've got a list of priority zones. In blue is the washroom area. 2 is the kitchen and servery. 3 is the front entrance to the building, as well as the exterior works to the septic bed. 4 is the assembly hall with the largest open space, and 5 is the stage area. So what we did is we took these 5 zones, we looked at each independently through a whole series of cycle work, and that's reaching out to the community. We had a Bellwood Town Hall meeting, which was very productive. Casey and Mason met with the Lions Club, the Accessibility Committee, the Health Community Advisory Committee, the DEI Committee, the Community Services, Township, Connect CW, and the Bellwood community meeting itself. And through this, we gained feedback and was able to revise and adjust the scope of work accordingly. So the first scope of work that we're going to look at is the washroom area. It's relatively small, about 560 square feet, but probably is in need of the most work in terms of its priority. So what we're going to be doing here is deconstruction of the existing space, which is some washrooms that are on grade and a storage room that's above it. We're going to open up that whole space. We're going to raise the floor level so it meets the existing hall. And we're going to create a universal washroom, a male washroom and a female washroom, and a janitor closet. And we're going to get more public access to the exterior. So again, on grade and a new universal washroom, male washroom, female washroom, and janitor closet. This scope of work, calling it Zone 1, is going to come out to about $226,500. The next zone is our kitchen servery. And what we plan to do is just adjust the doorway here. We can go to the next slide. Redo all the millwork, add some new appliances, a new fridge, an electric stove. There's 2 stoves now, so we'll be replacing those, and a microwave and a dishwasher and a new sink. The connecting bypass opening will stay in place. And this zone is coming out to approximately $102,560. The next zone is the exterior zone, and that's the reworking of the connection to the main door, and reworking some of the sidewalk, putting in an AODA code compliant ramp and some stairs so that the main door to Bellwood Hall itself and to the washroom are all accessible. There's also some work that we're currently going through some of the old records to the old septic bed to see exactly the amount of work that's going to be required for that area. Right now, through a Class D estimate, we've allocated, if we go to the next, there's a rendering of the reworking of the main entrance, the sidewalk, still incorporating some of that perpendicular parking across the front of the building, adding a little bit of a canopy cover with some signage, and then you see that entrance into the hall itself and a secure entrance into what will be the public washrooms. And this zone of work is approximately $218,400. Zone 4 would encompass the main hall as we know it today. It would be adding a, in the upper left-hand corner, a new storage room. I would be redoing all of the exterior windows, enlarging 2 of the windows on the lake side, redoing all of the flooring and the light fixtures as well as some of the ceiling tile replacement. And it's coming in at about $391,980. The next zone is the stage area. This is zone 5. We are going to be bringing down the stage down to floor level of the assembly hall. And we're going to be creating a new HVAC furnace room at the lower corner, then 2 storage rooms, and an additional, three essentially storage rooms, and adding a bit more floor space to the assembly hall itself. So all of this is now AODA accessible. And this work is approximately $107,760. In terms of structural work, our structural team was on site, so they've labeled out some of their work. What is potentially the most crucial is that the corner of the foundation repairs. So that's been costed as part of that zone work that we looked at. We're also going to be adding in some or enlarging some of the windows of the assembly hall. So new lintels there. We're going to be putting in a 5-inch thick concrete slab as the new floor, durable, low maintenance, and flooring after that could be added to the top of that concrete. And then, of course, the reworking of the entrance sidewalk into both spaces, both the outdoor or the public washrooms and the accessible hall. So all of these structural components have been incorporated into the Class D costing. I will now hand it over to Daniel. He can walk through as part of the complete scope of work from zones 1 to 5 for mechanical electrical.
Great. Thank you, Michael. So this is a graphical representation of what we'd be looking at for new a mechanical and electrical infrastructure in the building. So we would be replacing essentially all of the HVAC, both to facilitate the other changes that are happening and to address upcoming capital renewal needs for the building anyway. And of course, this is based on the work in all 5 zones proceeding together as one project. If, for example, only a couple of zones were to proceed, like say, the washrooms and the front entrance, then the HVAC scope especially would be able to be scaled back considerably for cost and scope reduction. But if all zones proceed, then what we'd be looking at is a new propane-fired furnace, air handler, here in the new mechanical room that would serve the entire building, not just the hall and stage area, but also the washroom area. It would be paired with a air conditioning unit with the condenser located outside to the rear of the building. That would provide cooling also for the entire building, as it was used the same distribution ductwork for distributing the air throughout the building. Domestic hot water would be converted to instantaneous propane with a small wall-mounted unit located inside that same mechanical room near the furnace. Existing propane tank would stay where it is. There'd be a new underground line coming from the tank into the building as the location of the mechanical equipment is changing. We did look at some other potential options for the HVAC, but like a VRF, so variable refrigerant flow type system, that's a heat pump based system for the entire building. Unfortunately, we determined that would simply not be practical for this building for a few reasons. The single biggest of which is that it's unlikely that the existing electrical service coming into the building would be adequate for an all-electric based heating system, and the cost of upgrading the service would be substantial given how much work would be required by the utility. And of course, that work would largely get passed on to the township as the property owner. And then for mechanical ventilation, that's what's shown in green. We'd have a heat recovery unit that provides both exhaust air from the washrooms and the servery area, and also delivers a tempered outdoor air into the space. So that's providing mechanical ventilation based on the anticipated number of occupants for the space, which is something that the building does not currently have. So that would be another distinct improvement for the space.
All right, thank you, Danny.
I think that generally covers the mechanical electrical overview, unless any questions come up.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just briefly sort of skim over this. I think Casey and Mason will go into some greater depth. So the entire square foot that's being proposed is 296 square meters, or about just under 3,000 square feet. Those are the totals of the Class D cost estimate with a bit of contingency, brings the total escalation of costs, or the anticipated cost of construction, to about $1.592 million. I will now hand it over back to Casey.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. It was a great breakdown. So this slide just kind of outlines the overall current full project budget. Over the past several years, Adam and his team has shifted some capital reserves to the Bellwood Hall project. Those have come from general capital, OLG slot revenue, and wind turbine. This year in our 2025 equipment replacement schedule, we have about $95,000 that we've moved to allocate to wait to this project rather than replace some of the items and tear it back out and start all over. We do have some expenses to date that have occurred already. Some of those include the land survey, geotechnical study, conceptual design that was done back in 2020, designated substance reports, current contract with ATA. The cost estimate, as Michael just said, is $1.59 million. And the additional kind of project expenses that would be, are the kind of more in-depth septic investigation, some appliances, the additional security, and some permit fees. So it gives us a grand total of $1.85 million. And as you can see, obviously, we are currently in a bit of a difference of $960,000, $369. With the increased scope, sorry, one sec. We're proposing the following revised schedule. With the engagement of all the project investigation phases now complete, the scope of the project has expanded. As a result, each stage of the project will require more time than initially anticipated. Pending direction from council, we plan to return with a Class B cost estimate in September 2025. This will provide a more accurate estimate as a base from actual construction drawings. Following that approval, direction, we would proceed to planning and preparation targeting construction for early 2026. Kind of the next steps. With all the information we received to date, along with the feedback from all of the advisory committees, user groups, community members, that staff conducted through a thorough evaluation of viable options, advancing this project carefully, weighing the benefits and drawbacks from each. The recommended full scope of work. It will require additional construction, time, and funding, but recognize the facility has many building components and reached end of life, their useful life, and require immediate attention. We feel undertaking the renovation in a single coordinated closure will prevent the need for future shutdowns and minimize disruption in the community. Also, the revised timeline will give staff opportunity to pursue supplementary funding, such as grants, sponsorship, naming rights, public-private partnerships, and community fundraising and donations. I would be open to any questions.
Thank you, Casey. Comments, questions? Councillor Evoy.
To you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for your hard work. So I'm a little concerned. This is really the only place. I love what we're doing, love that it's happening. I hear that our start date has been pushed, and I hear that it's going to be longer, but I haven't been able to see, have we got an idea how long this is going to take? And are we working with the partners who use that space? Is there any other option for them whilst we're out of commission for them?
Through you, Mayor, yes, we have been working with the major group out there is the Bellwood Lions. We've been meeting regularly with them. We've shared this presentation. Their biggest fundraiser is the Pike Derby. So we've already had discussions about how could we still run that fundraiser for them with that space closed. So we do feel we can meet that, whether that's the pavilion or kind of creating a space off in the open green space across the street. The timeline, I believe, and Michael can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's up to a 7 or 8 month construction budget or project timeline now, rather than the 4-month original to introduce the first one. So yeah, we do feel the value in doing it all at once, rather than shutting it down now, then coming back and another shutdown, and continuously would take a longer portion of time, and while we have the trades on hand.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Well, I have to admit I had a little bit of sticker shock. So from the beginning, when we started talking about this project and we were exploring, there was a notice of motion about a daycare or some sort of like similar to Elora co-op daycare or something to fulfill that need. I remember a mom coming to me in the early days when we were out there at a town hall saying, I'll find the staff. We just need it. And I'm hearing that from across the community. You know, parents are driving their kids to Guelph for daycare. And, you know, it was an opportunity, I think, in this. And so I would like to see something like that incorporated. It doesn't have to be separate. Could they use the facility in the day when this is up and running? I do understand that as you went through the process, I mean, the septic bed speaks volumes. You know, things have to be up to code, and this is much need of repair. We went through this with the Jefferson Corp Community Center. So my question to you is, have we had a sponsor that would look at partnering on this in particular? Or there's still opportunity at this point?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Waters. We definitely are exploring opportunities within the community. Do we have anything in place? No. But with this kind of gap now, we look at really, and having these budget figures we didn't have throughout the process. So it's really kind of brought that to light of what is needed and where we go and what each area kind of has delegated towards it. We do feel there's some grants out there that would be available that with this project would fit within, now that we have proper budgeting numbers, as well as if hopefully we get to that construction drawing. So we're ready to go for those opportunities. So we haven't, I'm going to say solidified any, but we definitely are in talks with several people.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Casey. Yeah, this is great project and a really great presentation. So thank you for all the additional detail today. I really appreciate all the community engagement that's been done on this project and all the conversations with the community out in Bellwood. So appreciate that. I just want one word of caution on the naming rights, that we don't lose the word Bellwood. So I know sometimes it starts to get slipping, that it's like, oh, it's now the Jefferson Arena instead of the Elora Arena. And I get the whole concept of naming rights and partnerships and community sponsors and things like that. But that sense of place and that sense of connection to the location and the geography of the area is really important. So if we can just kind of keep that in mind as we proceed through the conversations. But I think this will be eligible for a lot of the grants that will be coming up. So hopefully that'll be the main source of funding to close the gap. But full steam ahead, in my opinion. So thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. This may be for you or Adam, I'm not sure, but is the windmill turbine reserve there, is that all of that? Like, does that deplete that reserve, or is that just partial, that reserve?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Adams, and through you, Mayor Waters. That effectively depletes it. However, we are still subject to future revenues, which we could kind of give consideration to. I don't recall the exact end date of those, but we can report back with those. But this would effectively deplete our existing reserves, but there are more in the pipeline, certainly.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just with the mechanical scope of things, I was wondering, was any look given, I don't know, proper wording, to like solar systems or like a catchment for water to be used for grey water and things like that, like environmental things that we could be doing with the building?
I can maybe ask Daniel just kind of we've had several discussions on sustainability questions and how do we do it. Being so close to the lake does kind of make things tighter because to work on the GRC property, but we did investigate, like you said, the VRF system is another greener energy opportunity, but the cost and the electrical capacity wasn't there. In terms of exterior water collection, we haven't really gone. We recognize our budget was very tight, and we've had the brief conversations, but we've never really gone right deep in that scope of work. We have been working with Martin with the township, and he's been looking at different grants and stuff for what we're doing on if there's other opportunities to kind of green energy grant type of things as well. So we are actively looking at those.
Okay, any other further comments or questions? Okay, well, thank you, Casey, and your team to bringing us up to date with a good presentation. And right now I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington directs staff to proceed with the preparation of construction-ready documents for the full scope of Bellwood Hall renovations using the revised project schedule as outlined in this report, CS 2025-13, and that Council directs staff to return in September with a Class B budget and project update for consideration, and that Council directs staff to investigate and report back to Council on the opportunities for sources of project funding. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Thank you. Now we'll move to item 12.3, Farley Park Parkland Development Agreement, and we have Lucas back again. Welcome, Lucas.
Well, good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. This report here is the Farley Parkland Development Agreement. Farley Park is located at 71 Farley Road in Fergus, and initially its development wasn't included in the subdivision's plan of approval, which was requiring a separate parkland development agreement, which we're bringing forth today to complete the design and the construction. Keating Construction in cooperation with Hill Design Studio and the township have provided us with landscape design as well as a parkland plan, and it is in the attached agenda package. Our design complies with the township's existing standards and ensures full adherence to the Accessibility for Ontarians and Disabilities Act, and the project incorporates extensive community feedback and aligns with the trends identified in our draft parks and recreation plans. Community engagement included Healthy Communities Advisory Committee, Key Township Project Meeting Open House. There was resident feedback received, as well as feedback received through our Parks and Recreation Plan engagement sessions. This ensures that a wide range of insights and our consultations ensure that the needs of the community are met and that they were heard. Our expecting completion upon signing of this agreement is by November 2025. So they're looking to be quite quick with the build out this summer. This project aligns with our corporate strategic plan by enhancing community activity, promoting health and wellness, and managing growth while preserving our township's character. Financial overview. Total cost of this project is $477,701, with the township portion funded through our development charges reserve account. The portion is $298,863. We've provided an upset limit that we have in our capital budget schedule right now for $300,000, so that ensures that we will not be exceeding our budget allotment. The developer portion is $148,781 for that total of $477,000. Staff requests that council approve the parkland development agreement with Keating Construction for the construction of Farley Park. And I invite any questions or comments on the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Lucas. And I do have a few questions, but I'll start with one and then back to me maybe. I was just curious, is there a breakdown of the cost? It seems like an expensive project for...
It is attached in the schedule, is attached in the schedule of the agreement.
I'll look at that.
Through you, Mayor. My apologies.
Okay. Yeah. I was also curious too with the comment about the trends identified in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, because I noticed that those trends were to make our parks all look different from each other and to incorporate more naturalized features like climbing logs and different types of things that people could interact with differently. But this doesn't look that unique or different to me. So I'm just kind of curious if there are some of those elements being brought into the design or how we're kind of in keeping with that, trying to make our park spaces unique and different from each other across the township. Thank you.
Certainly, through you, Mayor. So this project was being designed kind of in the early stages of the engagement of with the Parks and Recreation Plan. So a lot of the design was built out prior to the fulsome recommendations of naturalized. That being said, the feedback we were hearing at that point was we needed basketball, we needed multi-use courts, and we needed some more walking paths through there, accessible walking paths. So that was the feedback that was brought back, and that was also echoed in the residents' feedback as well. So you'll see in the design there that the multi-use court is satisfying that design, as well as the asphalt pathway through there. We do have opportunity to incorporate in this area some green space as well, and some initiatives with our community partners, whether it be with the Horticultural Society or tree trust, etc., to put some plantings in there. So there is opportunities there as we move forward with some of our in-house programs, and definitely moving forward when you are considering the draft plan, Parks and Rec plan, there will be more unique features in the parks moving forward. And this is unique to that area in the fact that we do not have this is the first one that'll have a multi-use court in that new subdivision area.
Councillor McDonald.
To you, Mayor Waters. Thank you so much, and thank you to the developer, Keating Construction. Thank you for doing that. As we went through our parks master plan, we've realized that we need parks of everywhere. We are in deficit of parks across Centre Wellington and beyond. So, just after looking at the sticker shock of 1.8 million, 477 and 701 comes in nice for me in the budget. I'm just going to put that out there. So we will have basketball, like we'll have a multi-use sort of court that can be used in that park. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor.
That's what it's looking like.
Yeah, so within the design package are the actual design build-out plans, and there is a half court there. So it's not a full court, so it won't be any scheduled play, won't be any booked space per se, but it'll be a half court, and we call it a multi-use pad. So there's going to be a basketball net for certain, and then there's an asphalt pad that you're able to do other activities as you see fit.
Thank you. That's exactly what was identified in the Parks Master Plan, so appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through Mayor Waters, and just to clarify, the total project cost is just over 477,000, of which 100,000 is township. So I heard reference to 1.8 million there, and it's quite a bit less.
So I was referencing the previous discussion. Yeah, that I had sticker shock on the previous project, and so this is a bit of a pleasure that people can use. Thanks.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. like my colleagues, thank you for your hard work on this. We got, some of us received a very interesting letter from our very committed neighbors. So thank you to the author of the letter, who asked two really good questions. One, why the fence?
Sure. Through you, Mayor. So the fence that you're referring to is along the adjacent properties at the rear of the property across from Grace Church,
correct,
as well as the adjacent lot. There is no fencing along the frontage of the roadways. So the reasoning for the fence is in our subdivision development plans and our design standards manual, it states explicitly that the developer must fence the parkland in order to prevent encroachment issues, any kind of maintenance issues that may come through there. That would be more of a probably planning reasoning as to why that's in place. So this was in place prior to, it's part of the plan of subdivision. So we have to maintain that approved plan of subdivision at that point.
Thank you. And thank you. So the other question goes right along with that with regards to the neighbors on either side, one being a more senior apartment building and the other being the church. Speaking of partnerships, might it be something to look at instead of putting a fence up, maybe work closer with those partners and maybe not have to put up a fence, because it does have, speaking of sticker shock, $10,000 for that fence. Maybe we can look at still accommodating lineation, but maybe using trees or plants or other options, and maybe working with the church next door. Does that remain an option?
Through you, Mayor, I can consult with our planning division on that, or department on that. I'd have to get back with you and answer. Councillor, thank you.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. My question, because I'm having issues reading your little drawings. For Farley Road, it seems to be like a main road into the subdivision. Is there bump outs or crosswalk or signage, etc., for the children to be using to cross Farley Road to get back and forth there? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, I may defer this to our Managing Director of Infrastructure Services for the planning of that subdivision. And to my knowledge at this point, I don't see any plans. This project is solely focusing on the development of the parkland, but I'll defer to Colin for any additional information.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and through Mayor Waters to Councillor Jefferson. So there are curb extensions or bump outs just along the park frontage on Farley. So those are in place. It's right at the intersection. There's kind of another street that tees into Farley there. And then we do have a crosswalk kind of in that location as well. So it kind of narrows the width of the road to cross to get into the park. So just recognizing that it is going to be a community destination, we're trying to make pedestrian access to the park as easy and safe as possible.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. To veer off of that now, with the multi-use paths that are being put in place, and I read that it was asphalt, is it going to be like a permeable, like green asphalt where it allows like the water to go through and it absorb into the ground, or is it one that's our regular pavement that just has the water wash off and run away? Just thanks.
So through you, Mayor, what was spec'd out was a regular asphalt with slight crown on there. However, that's something we can look into. I'd have to maybe defer to some engineering knowledge on the different types of asphalt that are out there. But I believe to some extent, asphalt is permeable. I don't know, Colin, if you have any insight into that. This was just spec'd out for regular asphalt, though.
Through Mayor Waters. So infiltration, like the site is largely pervious. So there's lots of grassed area there. Typically, there's a couple different ways to infiltrate. There's, typically we're using infiltration galleries within the development areas to encourage infiltration. That's helping groundwater recharge. And the areas that we tend to focus on is what we would call clean runoff, right? So typically roof water is what we're trying to get back into the ground because it hasn't been, there's no salts, there's no kind of road runoff there. We want to direct road runoff and any runoff from kind of impervious surfaces that might see salt or sand in the winter. We want to get that to the stormwater management facility for treatment before it's released back into the environment. So yeah, fair comment, but in this case, I think just plain asphalt is probably the better solution, and we can infiltrate kind of that clean runoff in other places from roof water. I think in this subdivision we've got quite a few kind of rear yard infiltration galleries, and that's where we accomplish what we call the water balance for stormwater management. So yeah, just to provide some context there.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Well, thank you, Lucas, for your presentation. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the Mayor and Clerk to sign the Parkland Development Agreement for Farley Park between the Township of Centre Wellington and Keating Construction 2004 Limited as attached to report CS 2025-17. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. So now we're going to move down to item 12.6, Active Transportation and Mobility Plan, Preliminary Preferred Alternative, and we have a report. We'll welcome Adam to the lectern to speak to that. Welcome, Adam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Waters. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to members of council also. So very excited to be here to present to you the preliminary preferred alternative and policy recommendations related to the Active Transportation Mobility Plan. I'm joined here by our consulting team. We have Nick Sully, our project manager from WSP. And we also have Jamie Stuckless from Stuckless Consulting, who's our communications and engagement lead on the project, and they'll be up with me speaking today. The purpose of this presentation and report is to present the preliminary preferred network alternative and policy recommendations to Council for review and comment. Staff will return at the July 14th Council meeting seeking endorsement of the study findings and recommendations. So between now and then, Council and the public have an opportunity to review the report and recommendations, which have been posted on connectcw.ca on the Active Transportation Mobility Plan webpage. Okay, so now I will turn it over to Jamie Stuckless to present a few slides, be followed by Nick, and then I'll be back. Thank you.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. So when we're talking about active transportation as part of this plan, we're really looking at any human-powered forms of mobility, as well as some e-assisted or electric-assisted forms of getting around. And as we called it when out in the community talking about this plan, we talked about walking, wheeling, and rolling. And so for the purposes of this plan, active transportation looks at walking, using a wheelchair or electric wheelchair, a bicycle or electric bicycle, a scooter, rollerblades, or skateboards. In terms of what the Active Transportation and Mobility Plan is meant to be, it's really meant to be a community-focused strategy about supporting active transportation and mobility. And it's a forward-looking and long-term vision that's meant to guide you for the next 30 years. The ATMP is a flexible document that's meant to be a community building asset, as well as an implementation guide for the projects and programs that my colleagues will share an overview of with you today. And the ATMP is also meant to be a support for existing plans, tying into the other initiatives and policies that you have underway in the community. In terms of the project schedule that brought us to this point today, the project was kicked off last spring in 2024, and it was a 7-stage project schedule. We started with a background review summarizing the existing policies and inventory here in the community. And then we launched our stakeholder and public engagement plan, and we had community engagement ongoing throughout the duration of this project. In stage number 3, the team looked at level of service development, and that's really about, developing guidelines for the design of different facilities, design, operations, and maintenance. And then the team moved into the development of network alternatives. Another way of saying that is looking at all of the possible routes that could be part of the active transportation network. We did a lot of community engagement to get feedback on the network alternatives and used that input to develop what is called preferred alternative network, or the routes that are actually being proposed as part of the network. Then the team moved into developing the capital infrastructure funding and risk analysis, bringing us to today, the presentation of the draft ATMP. And the final thing I'll share with you before turning it back over to my colleagues are some of the key priorities that we heard from the community throughout the development of this plan. So as you'll see in the report and as you'll hear throughout this presentation, we were able to have over 2,000 direct contacts with community members through a variety, 27 events and activities. So we had an online survey, we had the Connect CW webpage. We also went into 2 schools to do school workshops. We did listening sessions with the community, and we also hosted a number of pop-ups where we went out and met community members where they are. The farmers market, the grocery store, the food bank, and other community events and initiatives. And some of the high-level priorities that we heard from community through those conversations include a real desire for connected routes that are separated from motor vehicle traffic. People also stressed the need for accessible facilities that are designed for people of all ages and abilities to use. We heard a lot from people about wayfinding and the need for clear signage so they can find where the sidewalks and trails and bike routes are and navigate them easily. We also heard a lot about the need for supportive amenities. So, that network of sidewalks and trails is incredibly important, but so are facilities like bike racks, public washrooms, and water fountains that make it possible for people to be out safely in public using active transportation. We also heard from people about the importance of visibility. People talked a lot about things like blind corners, visibility being blocked by signage, by trees or parked cars, and opportunities to increase visibility. And we heard a lot about year-round maintenance, people wanting to use active transportation in the summer, spring, fall, and winter, and the maintenance that's required for that. And lastly, we heard a lot about the need for safer connections to schools. So with that, I'll turn it back over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Great. I'm up next. Next, Sully. I think we've all met up to this point. So I'm here to speak a little bit about the network. When we get into the routes and pieces like that, I'm going to pass it back over to Adam. And I really wanted to emphasize some of the work that's been done around engaging people on these network options and on the recommendations that we'll be making here too. So we've heard a lot from the community. I think many of you came out to our second public information center at the Elora Center for the Arts, and that was all well attended as well. And really have heard so much from this community, and it's great to see how engaged this community is. I think I've mentioned that before, and one of the working group meetings that we had with the Active Transportation Environment Working Group, someone on that group asked me, is that something that you just go to every community and say? Is that what you'd like to say nice things about the community? But I really mean it with this community. It's been fantastic to see for a community of this size how many responses and how many people have been engaged in this process. And it's just been a pleasure working with the community here. So some of the key things that we heard, just to build off of what Jamie had started off there, are around some of the key barriers that we're seeing within the network. So the 4 that we've listed here are probably some of the key ones, but also there are a number of other ones as we went in to review the existing network. So the connections to the destinations, making sure that our routes are connecting to the places where people want to go is quite important. The Grand River is an important barrier separating the north and south sides of Elora, Fergus, and Bellwood. and is a key barrier that we have to overcome. And we've developed some recommendations on how to do that. County roads, working closely with the county on some of these recommendations that we've been making. We've had productive meetings with them, and they've been on our technical advisory committee as well, to try and create some opportunities to link up the missing gaps that we see when it comes to traveling on County Road. And also the distances between communities. So we don't have a huge distance between Elora and Fergus, but as you get out to Bellwood and then neighboring municipalities as well, those distances are greater. So we want to look at those rural connections that get people to those other municipalities and urban areas where they want to go to. So I'll talk a bit about developing the network. So some of the key principles that we covered here when deciding on the routes that we want to propose are around connectivity, making sure that these routes are direct, continuous, and convenient, and get people to where they want to go at these key destinations. Schools are quite important ones. I think in our councillor interviews at the beginning of this project, almost everyone that we met and spoke with on that day talked about the importance of connecting to schools, and that's been a key focus in this in these principles. Safety and accessibility, making sure people feel safe and that the facilities meet their needs for people of all ability levels. We incorporated all the public input and feedback that we heard throughout this process. At our public information centers, we had our online mapping tool as well. And at all the pop-ups, I think we had a number of maps at each of those too, and got lots of engagement from the community on what the network should look like. We tried to focus as much as possible on municipally owned roads, but as I mentioned on the previous slide, some county roads are sort of bottlenecks. So we need to look at areas and how we can work with the county to address those gaps. We also want to make sure that we're equitably prioritizing these routes. So we looked at demographic factors and feedback that we heard from the community around making sure that we put equity as a focus for this plan. And topography, so how steep slopes are. So this came up especially around Fergus and some of the steep slopes on hills coming up from the river there. And we think we found some pretty good solutions, and some of those solutions came out of that second public information center where I think someone drew a diagram on a sticky note. I was like, that's a fantastic idea, and it made its way directly into the network. So when we're talking about the types of facilities that we're going to be proposing, some of these are probably look fairly familiar. Some of them are new to the community. Some might not exist at all yet. But wide sidewalks, we really want to focus on making sure that these are an accessible width and prioritized as much as possible to fill those sidewalk gaps where we can. So we want to make sure that they're at least 1.8 meters wide, and that's because that's the width needed for two people using a wheelchair to pass each other on a sidewalk. So making sure that it's coming back to that accessibility piece, making sure it's accessible for all users. Our multi-use pathways, we've seen a good growth of those in the township so far. So those are the ones that are off the roadway, they're in the boulevards, separated, feel much more comfortable than being right next to traffic. A protected bike lane, I'm not sure if there's many here currently. I don't think that there are, but that's when the bike lane's on the road, but you put a physical barrier next to it, such as a concrete curb or bollards to provide some better feeling of safety for users on the roadway. And then cycle tracks, you'll be most familiar with this in downtown Fergus and the construction going on there. But that's one that's above the curb. It's a dedicated cycling facility, not shared with sidewalks and pedestrians. But it's above the roadway and most often at sidewalk level, just not in this photo of the one that we took there. And then we have our on-road routes. So These include things like bike lanes, but we also heard good things from our advisory committees around the idea of this Calm Streets network and these Calm Streets facilities. So I think hopefully some folks have gotten out to see it. The pop-up on Church Street is an experiment and a pilot project for what these could look like. Hopefully there's some good feedback coming out of that because, like I said, it's a pilot project, and the whole point of the pilot project is to improve upon the design and see where you want to improve things for the final implementation. So I expect some good feedback coming out of there, and I think we might come back and report on that later on. But the key facility here is around this idea of neighborhood bikeways is the terminology and the guidance for it, where it prioritizes people who are walking and cycling and wheeling by making sure that any vehicles on these roads are going slow and that there's nobody shortcutting through the neighborhood and using the road in a way that's more than just for local traffic. We want to make sure that's just people who live on the road and on these neighborhood roadways that are using the road, and no one's trying to get around a traffic jam or traffic issues using that road instead. So it helps to improve the feeling of safety for anyone walking and cycling on the road. And then we get into our trails. So we heard, I'm sure everyone's aware of this, that Centre Wellington is really a trails community. How it's been put to us. People love the Elora Cataract Trail, the Trestle Bridge Trail, and all the trails in town. And they're really key spine routes that emerged in our network. So the Trestle Bridge Trail and Elora Cataract especially, connecting those two trails continuously through the communities, providing connections where there's gaps in the urban areas from the physical trail itself into downtowns, and in the case of Fergus, for connecting the two ends of the Elora Cataract Trail. And providing a network through Fergus that allows people to connect to each other. So we want to focus on our multi-use trails, which are those wide trailways that are used by both pedestrians and cyclists. We want to make sure that they're wide enough for all the use that they get. Something that we did here coming out of this is that people love the trails, but as more and more people are using them, and if they're too narrow, then that can lead to conflicts. So we want to make sure that we can widen them to make sure that they accommodate the amount of use that they get. We want to make sure that they have the amenities on the trails that they need for users who are using them, having frequent rest areas, for example, because not everyone has the same levels of stamina. Sometimes they need frequent places to stop and rest. And then when it comes to winter maintenance too, on these multi-use trails, we want to prioritize a couple of them to make sure that there's a year-round connection between Elora and Fergus. And I think we're focusing on Trestle Bridge Trail for that one to try and make that into a year-round connection so people have ways to get to each of the communities. And then our recreational trails, those are the more narrow ones. They're typically more of a natural surface and provide that natural experience that people really love in the township too. They'll include some amenities, maybe not as many as the multi-use trails, but they're more recreationally use is typically what we see there. So I think from here, I'm going to pass it on to Adam, and he's going to talk about our proposed network.
Okay, thanks, Nick. So now for the grand reveal, here are the network slides. So here's a map of the whole township. This is what we're calling kind of our regional network. So just to highlight a few things here, and I'll note that all the maps are available in the report. They've been posted online. You can zoom into them. There's a lot going on, so I don't expect you to be able to figure that all out here. But a couple things to highlight. So we've got these connections to our neighboring municipalities. So the Elora Cataract Trail provides a great connection to Erin and Hillsburg. That's something that already exists. We're also looking some improvements to connections to Guelph. So along Jones Baseline, we've identified a corridor there connecting Fergus to Guelph. An area where is going to require further study, but a possible connection we've identified is the hydro corridor that exists between Guelph and Elora, and that being a possible connection between Guelph and the Cottontail Trail through Elora. And then to Waterloo region, we've got Middlebrook Road. We've identified some improvements there. In Inverhaw, we've identified alongside Road 4 some paved shoulders to connect Inverhaw to the Cottontail Trail Road. And then the Weisenberg Road and the closed Middlebrook Place Bridge, we've identified that as a desire line and an area perhaps needing a little bit more assessment. And we're proposing that we're going to take that away, and through the 2026 budget development process, staff are going to give some consideration to this now being a desire line and any implications on the Middlebrook Bridge project. So we'll be reporting back through budget discussions on that. So now looking at the Fergus network. So highlights include the establishment of desire lines for active transportation future development areas, particularly in South Fergus. These desire lines will help guide development plans and ensure new developments include a safe and connected AT network. Emphasis was placed on improving AT along school routes. So Nick and Jamie both spoke to that already. And that was a real focus for us, was ensuring that we have great AT networks leading to schools from residential areas. So, for example, multi-use path has been included on Bellside Ave in Fergus from Tower Street to J.D. Hogarth School, and a network of bike lanes and neighborhood comm streets have been identified in Northwest Fergus to accommodate the new school in that area. A new pedestrian bridge crossing of the Grand River is proposed in West Fergus from Johnson Street South to Union Street. Also, you might identify as the location of the Craighead Cottage to connect development areas north and south of the river. Finally, several crossing improvements have been identified. This was something we also heard through the study, and we know is very important to ensure that pedestrians have ways to cross safely intersections. So these are located along BD Line, Garchor Street, and Tower Street, Highway 6 corridor areas. So now shifting focus to Elora here. So same principles. We've identified desire lines through development areas. Connections to schools have been prioritized. A major feature of the network in Elora is the proposed north-south multi-use path along County Road 7, extending from north limit of the urban boundary to the south limit of the urban boundary. Crossing improvements are also proposed at Church and Metcalf and at Irvine and David. And so with these crossing improvements, just want to note that the scope of the improvements still is yet to be determined and will depend on some more data that we need in the way of traffic counts and pedestrian counts at these locations. So immediately following township endorsement of the active transportation plan, we'll be prioritizing looking at some of these intersections and making some recommendations for improvements. Finally, last but definitely not least here, and not to be forgotten, we have Bellwood. So we've identified some desire lines in the future development areas north of County Road 19. We have an east-west multi-use path proposed on County Road 19, a north-south connector on Broadway Street crossing the bridge, and a new trail connection from Conservation Trail to the Elora Cataract Trail. In terms of priority projects, here's a few that we're highlighting, but we've kind of identified these in the report. So we have improvements to the Trestle Bridge Trail. Nick mentioned this, including paving the trail to create a year-round active transportation route between Fergus and Elora. Various intersection crossing improvements, adding bike storage, amenities, and wayfinding signage. We see this as kind of a quick win and something that we could get out and implement right away. Realignment of the Elora Cataract Trail through Fergus to allow for a safer route through quiet streets. And this relates to the grant application that we made and we presented to council a few months ago. We want to build on the active transportation improvements on St. David Street in Fergus, and we'd like to extend those improvements north to the commercial area and south to the intersection of Bridge Street and Tower Street. Finally, we want to almost finally, we want to implement neighborhood bikeways and comm streets to build a local network. So Nick spoke to that. For example, the Church Street pop-up. And projects that enhance connections to downtown Fergus and Elora have also been prioritized. We have a number of policy recommendations included with the plan, and I won't go through those in detail here, but they're all in the report. One I do want to highlight, though, is our maintenance strategy. So what we've identified is to provide a higher level of service on these active transportation routes, particularly in what we're referring to as the spine network. We recognize that we need to do additional maintenance on those routes to ensure that they function properly and we have a high level of service. So with that, there will obviously be additional maintenance required. The scope of that, we've provided some high-level figures in the report, but that's still a bit to be determined, but we just know that it's going to take a little bit more to do that maintenance. So through the annual budget process, again, we'll be kind of making some recommendations in that regard to perhaps increase maintenance budgets to improve levels of service on these roads. And the capital plan for the whole program. So again, recognizing this is a high-level plan, it's a long-term plan. A lot of the estimates at this time are quite high-level in nature, but we wanted to kind of provide an idea of the scope of the whole program. So we've broken it out into 3 categories: short-term recommendations in the kind of 0 to 10-year window, medium-term 10 to 20-year, and long-term 20+. So here are the capital totals for those kind of 3 chunks of the program. The first one's about $19.5 million over the next 10 years, $21.7 after that, and then $14.3 after that. And just to note, you know, we're looking for, we're trying to capitalize on projects where we're already replacing infrastructure. So for example, St. David Street, the driver for St. David Street was the infrastructure, was the pipes needing to be replaced. But at the same time, we had an opportunity there to reimagine the streetscape and build in some active transportation into it, an area where it didn't exist before. So we'll continue to do that, try to be as efficient as possible with these projects where we already have capital projects identified and we have an opportunity and they've been identified in this plan as being priority areas. We'll implement the recommendations at that time. So just to wrap this up here, so this is a forward-thinking document, provides a high-level plan for improving active transportation in the township over the long term. The preliminary preferred network alternative policy recommendations were developed through direct engagement, feedback from our diverse community, and, you know, really proud of the work we did on this project in that regard, and that I feel like we really had a great cross-section of the community that we communicated directly with. The capital plan has identified priority projects to be implemented in the near term. So I say this is a long-term plan, but there are some very short-term recommendations that we'd like to put in place that we think is going to have a direct positive impact on improving active transportation and mobility in the township. And staff will return to council at the July 14th meeting seeking endorsement of the preferred network alternative and policy recommendations and authorization to proceed a notice of study completion in accordance with the municipal class environmental assessment process. Okay, that's everything we have. So thank you for listening, and happy to answer any questions or receive any comments you have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions, comments? Browen.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Adam. That's great. And I just really want to thank Nick and Jamie. I think, Jamie, you did a fantastic job on the engagement, so well done. Yeah, to have that much engagement from the community, from different voices that we don't always hear from, is really impressive. So thank you for that. I guess my only question, I'm fully in support of everything. I wish there was more money to do things faster, but it's great to see how it'll start to roll out, at least, and having the plan is really helpful. So I guess I'm just curious. I'm still a little bit concerned that the east part of Fergus is still kind of cut off by Gartshore Street. So I'm just hoping that those can be kind of prioritized to connect that part of Fergus, because it does end up being a bit of a, you know, you get over on the east of Gartshore and you're sort of stuck there. As more subdivisions come online out there, it'll be important to connect that. And then I was also along those same lines. I was curious because during the South Fergus discussions, there was talk of maybe a pedestrian active transportation walkway above the highway. And I was just curious if that is in here at all, of that type of kind of creative approach to let pedestrians just kind of keep flowing through and that. So those would be my main questions. And then also fully in support of the Middlebrook Bridge being in there as a priority for feasibility study. I think everyone that Mayor Waters might remember the pushback against caping the Trestle Bridge way back in time. And now everybody loves the Trestle Bridge Trail. And at one point it was supposed to be taken out. So I think that's a good example of when you can save something for the future that's really important for future generations. So sorry, I kind of dumped three things at once, but the support for the Middlebrook Bridge is just support. And then the other two are the east of Gartshore. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wilton. Through Mayor Waters. So on the topic of Gartshore, so we have had discussions with the county about that, and we have identified Scotland, Gartshore, including the bridge, as a priority route. And so we understand that that bridge is up for replacement in the next 10 years, and that the county will be doing in probably a municipal class EA to kind of kick that off. And they are aware that, you know, we want to be part of those discussions, and if we can include some improved active transportation across the bridge, that we could communicate that at that time, and they seem generally supportive of that idea. Currently it's a truss bridge, so those seal members actually take up quite a bit of width on the bridge, that if it were to be converted to like a girder style bridge with the supports underneath, that would give us some more space within the right-of-way to perhaps enhance the active transportation facilities across the bridge. So we're confident that in discussion with the county, when that bridge is replaced, we could have those improvements in place. On the topic of the crossing of Highway 6, so it's, you know, what the way we've scoped it currently in the plan is that this is going to be a more sophisticated type of crossing, and we're not sure what exactly that looks like, whether that could be over the highway, under the highway, remains to be seen. Obviously lots of discussion still to have with the MTO as those lands develop in terms of what they will also support in the way of crossings of Highway 6, but we have kind of thought a bit bigger with that crossing, and we've scoped it as such in the plan, and that it's more expensive. Yeah, finally on Middlebrook Bridge, yes, yeah, we've identified that as a desired line, and I think that, you know, we'll have further discussion when it comes to budget. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you so much. The engagement was a great experience for me as a councillor. It was wonderful. All the public meetings were excellent. Thank you. A lot of work went into this plan. The trail maps, are we going to make those? I've got a few questions. Are we going to make those open to the public where we can hand them out at tourism offices? Because locals pick them up there too. I've noticed some holders at all the trails where we could possibly put some there as long as it's sheltered because of weather. Middlebrook Bridge. I recently met with the group with a fellow councillor colleague across the river over in Woolwich, because this isn't just ours to own. This is very much Woolwich's to own. And so it was a good conversation, and it definitely came up, you know, that Middlebrook Bridge is a safe connector as part of the G2G Trailway and the Cotton Trail Road Trail. And on that note, I can tell you, I heard from someone in Pennsylvania that actually comes up here and bikes and loved using that bridge. I'd also like probably some more feedback from the neighbors out there too, if we do go down that. You mentioned you were going to do something. I don't know how much discussion was done on Middlebrook with HCAC in this process, but there's definitely a need. And Cataract Trail, it was brought to my attention that it's $2,000 a kilometer to groom that trail. And I think moving forward, we sort of maybe need to incorporate in our trails to the budget of looking after them all in the future. I'd like to see that in the budget too. That's all I have for now. But really, it's the maps is the question.
Yep, thanks, Councillor McDonald. So through Mayor Waters. So yes, I think maps are part of the wayfinding strategy that we're going to develop. Is a broader strategy, having signage out along the routes, but also having the maps and perhaps like online GIS maps to kind of complement all of that. So yeah, it's part of a bigger wayfinding strategy that I think we want to really enhance, and maps would be a part of that, certainly.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Evoy.
To you, sir. Thank you. Some very quick comments and one or two questions. Thank you again. I'd like to say our consultants, it's nice to see such enthusiasm for our community and for the work you're doing. And hiring people like you is a pleasure when you put that much passion into what you do. So thank you so much. I would see some of these options, some of these solutions as reasonably low-hanging fruit. Excuse me, I increased wayfinding, bike racks, things that we can take care of. I was curious about the allocation of waste receptacles. I know I've asked about this before. I would think that it might be, well, I understand it's difficult to pick up in the middle of the trails, but we're seeing a lot of garbage that we then have to go clean up. And I wonder if we could again revisit having more receptacles throughout, whether we work with the GRCA or ourselves, but I think we should have more to pick up because sadly I see garbage and I walk the trails every day. With regards to policy, number 13 regarding lighting. And this is a great objective for us to light up our trails a little bit more. I look forward to finding more details on that. Unfortunately, our trailways are not as safe as they once were. We have examples right here in the last year or two. So I look forward to seeing how that unfolds, to making sure that they are safe. And could that be a considerably easier fix if things are solar lighting and things like that. My question is around the current width of the sidewalks. So whilst I love to see the goal of, I believe it was 3 to, I forget what the goal was. What are they currently, and what are the opportunities for us to widen those without major structural interference? And yes, to Middlebrook, of course.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Evoy. So through Mayor Waters, 1.8 is kind of the minimum that in terms of policy that we're recommending with this plan. So 1.8 is minimum, 2 meters is kind of ideal. We do have a lot of sidewalk currently that's 1.5 meters. We have an annual sidewalk repair and maintenance program where we go through our sidewalk network and we make these repairs. And, this could be something we take into consideration as we move through that program, is if we're replacing a sidewalk anyways, because it's, it needs to be replaced. We could look at enhancing it with that additional width if we had the space to do so. But I think this policy recommendation is, it's important in highlighting that it can become a priority for us.
May I follow up? As we look for, through the mayor, as we look for sponsors of trails, maybe looking for sponsors of widened sidewalks might be an idea as well, because I'd love to see as many of them widened as possible.
Any other comments or questions from, yes, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just a quick question. Maybe you can describe a little bit more the education and promotion programs, because that was one of the recommendations of the report. Just curious if you have thoughts on what that looks like, or if they're best kind of practices from other communities or things like that. Just because I know with the St. David Street project, there was opposing views on how great that project was. So just curious how you kind of use education and promotion to build that culture of accepting bike facilities and promoting active transportation. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wilton, through Mayor Waters. So, I think that there's a lot of ways we could do it. I think, we've got great local groups here also that are quite engaged in the community and have great ideas. I think we want to hear from those groups in terms of ideas that they have also. When I can kind of conceptualize what's our role versus what's their role, I think it's the township's role to provide the infrastructure and the space for this active transportation. And, I think some of these groups, we can kind of leverage what they're doing to help promote those spaces that we create. I think about the schools. We through our work here, we went into the Elora Public School and JD Hogarth, and we met with students of various ages. And I think that when it comes to educating, that's the sweet spot. Is if you can teach these young folks in our community about active transportation, get them comfortable with using it. They kind of, they grow up and then they become comfortable with it also. So I think it's, leveraging kind of these existing community groups that we have, and also, ensuring that we are identifying opportunities to get into schools and have some events with our school-aged members of the community.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. I echo all my councillors' enthusiasm and gratitude of the consultants and all the staff during this project, and the public engagement was really great to see. We're already starting to see some of the trends and lessons learned being kind of implemented, whether it be like the calming pilot project in Elora and such. Is it continuing in current active projects? I'm thinking we just started the construction and the expansion in the Fergus Cemetery there, and I was like looking at the map here, and there's that path there kind of from Thistle to Highland, and it was like, and it says like proposed future path, but then it looks like an existing path here. I'm wondering, is there improvements being made in that current project, and are we taking in some of the knowledge learned through this process, if so?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Adams. So through the mayor, so we do have kind of a design in place for a future path connection. So it's kind of an unofficial path right now, but we'd like to improve that and make it, like it's quite a grade to kind of get through there. So we have a bit of a design ready to build kind of a path that kind of switches back and has a more gradual grade. The scope of work is not part of the current development project, but we have kind of this phased approach to development in Bellside, and it's kind of part of that phase development process. As we start to move up that hill and develop the hill, then we envision that that might be the time to install that improved path. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council? Well, I want to thank you, Adam and Nick and Jamie, for your presentation today. And at this point in time, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive report number IS 2025-23, Active Transportation and Mobility Plan, Preliminary Preferred Alternative for Information. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. We'll move down to item 12.7, Health and Safety Water Stream Fund application for the reconstruction of Carleton Place and Victoria Street, Elora. Yep.
Okay.
Welcome, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to provide an overview on an upcoming government funding opportunity for some capital works that we have in the township. So the Health and Safety Water Stream is a provincial government funding opportunity for municipal and Indigenous communities to receive 73% of project eligible costs to support aging water infrastructure, preserve the province's current housing stock, and promote resiliency and adaptation across communities. Eligible projects must begin by June 30th, 2026 and be completed by March 31st, 2029. So staff have reviewed upcoming projects within the 10-year capital plan against the submission and evaluation criteria and believe that Carleton Place and Victoria Street reconstruction projects in Elora is a strong candidate for this submission. The eligible assets in the Carleton Place and Victoria Street reconstruction project include new storm sewers being constructed as part of the road urbanization and replacing the existing water main that has reached the end of its service life. Based on preliminary estimates, the total cost for the reconstruction project is $7.25 million, which includes $4.714 million in eligible funds. And therefore, the township application would be for the eligible cost and contingency amount of $5.892 million. And with that in mind, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the application.
Thank you, Ryan. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, when this is done, are we looking at some extra wheelchair spots on the street, on the roadway? It's right near a medical service building, and I think that would be, that's my ask. There.
Through Mayor Waters to Councillor McDonald. Yeah, that's something that we could look at for sure. not sure that the medical center does have their own private lot in behind that may have an accessible space. I'm not 100% certain, but certainly that's something we're looking at formalizing, the on-street parking in Victoria and Carleton Place. So that's definitely something we could look at for sure.
Thank you so much. And yeah, just to bring up, they do have their own lot. However, we're an aging population in Elora, and that I am told that they could use. I've heard from seniors that they could use more accessible spots. Yeah, just because they serve, like one practice serves an awful lot of people, and the physiotherapy in there. Plus there's optometry in there. Like it's a full service, really medical building it's becoming. And so it's just not enough what they do have. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you for listening.
Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I was just wondering, is there any developer or development contributions coming in just because of the location and that there's going to be construction and everything that's happening along Carleton Place over the next few years? Is there any contributions there?
Through Mayor Waters, yes, for sure. We're reviewing that allocation as part of the development charge background study this year. But because Carleton is abutting a development area, there will be developer contributions as part of the project.
Any other comments or questions? You're looking like you're waiting for your next question to be asked.
Thank you, Mayor Waters.
Okay.
Just because of the funding and like what we're applying for and what our water and wastewater is paying for, like, should we not know dollars that can be contributed so that we don't have to come up with X amount, that if we know that there's some money that's going to be contributed?
Yeah, through Mayor Waters. Yeah, so Carleton Place is in our development charges bylaw currently. So there is a growth component to that project that, you know, we'd look to development charges to fund, and quite as we do with our service financing agreements with developers, quite often they're front ending that growth component. So they're front ending the DC component of a particular project. So if we're successful with the grant, I think that's a good timing to visit the project financing and kind of figure out, okay, if there's a grant contribution, what's the remaining amount that could be, front-ended by the developer through the service financing agreement, and then kind of what's left for the township to finance as well. So I think that if we're successful with the grant, we'll definitely be reporting back to council with kind of a financing strategy, funding strategy for the whole project as a whole. That would include that agreement. Is that okay? Thank you.
Through Mayor Waters, and just to add to Colin's response there, this grant is more for the servicing of Carleton Place in Victoria, where I would say a larger chunk of the developer contribution would be for the road itself. So it's different asset categories being funded in different ways, if that makes sense.
Okay. Any other further comments, questions? Okay. I will read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington directs staff to submit an application under the Municipal Housing Infrastructure Program and Health and Safety Water Stream for the design and reconstruction of Carleton Place and Victoria Street in Elora, and that Council delegates authority to the Chief Administrative Officer and Managing Director of Corporate Services Treasurer to execute the funding agreement with any documents related to securing the funding should the Township grant application be successful. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Do we want to take a little bit of a break? Okay, so let's 6-minute break. Okay, welcome back, folks. We're going to move down to item 12.8, RFT number 41-25, Bridge Street Water Tower Overcoat. And do we have Adam here to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Waters. This report provides recommendations and seeks council approval of award for request for tender 41-25 regarding the Bridge Street Water Tower. Recommendations are that council authorize the award of the request for tender 41-25 to C3 Industrial at an upset limit of $345,475.53, excluding HST, and that the project funding be revised to facilitate said award. The RFT was issued in accordance with the Township's purchasing and procurement bylaw. The Township received 3 responses, and based on the tender results, the total project is $76,533.18 over budget allocations, if awarded based on staff recommendation. It is recommended that the shortfall be funded from the Water Capital Reserve, should council be supportive. And with that, I'm happy to field any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Adam. Comments, questions from council? You did an excellent job there, Adam. So I'm going to read the recommendation. Oh, sorry, you were a little slow, but that's fine. But I would say that's my fault because this meeting's going on very long. So anyways, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I was just kind of curious if you could comment, because it's quite a price difference between the bids, between the one you're recommending C3 at 345 and then the next 2 are like over 100,000 more. Is there any quality issues that were quite a bit different than the other ones, or what was any comment, I guess, on why they'd be so different? Just the way it is sometimes.
Through Mayor Waters. So this is a tender process. So we have kind of mandatory specifications that are, kind of published as part of the tender documents. And so the expectation is that the contractor, kind of all things being equal, as long as they're meeting our mandatory specifications, coating materials and kind of, how it gets done is kind of up to the contractor. So they may have like an innovative way that is an efficiency, but kind of we specify what needs to be done and the contractor is responsible for kind of how it gets done. So but we don't get involved as to the level of understanding exactly, the difference between the bid numbers. So.
Thank you, Councillor Wilton. Any other comments, questions? Adam or Colin? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approves the award of RFT 41-25 regarding Bridge Street Water Tower overcoat to C3 Industrials at an upset limit of $345,475.53. Excluding HST, and that the funding be revised as outlined in Report Core 2025-31, dated June 16, 2025. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Adams, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. We'll move down to item 12.9, 2025 Asset Management Plan, a report from we'll start with Dan.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Before we turn the floor over to Adam, I just want to make a few comments with respect to the asset management plan. This is our second internally developed asset management plan, and I think staff should be very proud of what they've accomplished through this report. It's a very comprehensive and important report. I would say if you add the budget and the strategic plan together, it's our 3 most important documents that the township ever puts in place. We are using asset data that continues to get better as we progress, and our recommendations and our calculations are also progressing that way. So I'm really proud of what the team has put forward here, and the fact that we're using township data and township staff to develop this is something we should all be proud of. So I want to commend Adam and the Asset Management Committee for their work in pulling this together. I think it's a stronger document because it's created internally, and just so you're aware about the whole process, you're legislatively required to create one of these at a minimum every 5 years now going forward. But we have the processes in place that we're updating the data annually, which is amazing. So we can use up-to-date information for our budget processes. We're also required to have both the council endorsement of the asset management plan and the executive lead's endorsement of the asset management plan. And through our policies and procedures, I've been designated the executive lead, and you'll see in the first few pages of the report, I've signed off on it, and I'm very happy with the results. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to Adam.
Thank you, Dan, and good afternoon, Mayor Waters and members of council. I'm happy to be here today to present the 2025 Asset Management Plan update for the Township of Centre Wellington. It has been an absolute pleasure working with the Asset Management Committee in preparation of this legislative required document, and I look forward to continuing working with this group on future maturation efforts relating to asset management for the township into the future. The township has made tremendous strides in its asset management practices since the 2022 Asset Management Plan, and the entire team supporting this staff-led initiative should be proud of their accomplishments in delivering this document to council for consideration today. So the document itself is comprised of 7 chapters, appendices, a technical appendix that provides detailed listing for all township-owned assets. This presentation will walk through the salient points stemming from this plan update. Asset management is a process, and it is comprised of corporate processes, asset management specific processes, an asset management plan that provides a point-in-time analysis of the assets that are under the care and control of the township. Asset management requires a knowledge of the township assets, an understanding of the level of service provided by the township, impacts of future demand, knowledge of the state of the assets used to provide services, understanding of life cycle costs, the ability to prioritize projects, systems and procedures to ensure care and control of assets, and insights into the linkages between asset management and the annual budget. In May of 2024, Council had endorsed an update to the Township Strategic Asset Management Policy. The Strategic Asset Management Policy established Council's expectations regarding asset management planning objectives and the management of Township's assets in providing services to residents. From an approach standpoint, the Strategic Asset Management Policy informs processes, systems, plans, and continuous improvement initiatives. Worth noting is that asset management is also aligned with forward-looking documents such as strategic plans, official plans, growth plans, master planning documents, the annual budget, and other plans and studies that require assets to deliver services, indicating again the need for an integrated approach. The Strategic Asset Management Policy also details the township's governance structure as it pertains to the township's asset management practices. This governance structure has links to council, who is responsible for approving the Strategic Asset Management Policy and the Asset Management Plan, the CAO, who acts as the executive lead of the township's asset management processes, senior management for providing asset management oversight, and the Asset Management Committee, responsible for coordinating asset management plan corporately. We'll now transition to Chapter 2 of the document itself, or State of the Township Assets. State of the local infrastructure is viewed at a point in time. Replacement values of assets are determined, and this slide provides a snapshot of this point in time perspective. As you can see, the township owns, operates, and maintains total assets approximating $1.2 billion, which is not a small undertaking. Of these assets, approximately $875 million are tax supported, and the remainder are supported via user fees. Of the $875 million in tax supported assets, approximately 77% are associated with the township's road and bridge network, and the remaining 23% representing facilities, vehicles, land improvements, machinery and equipment, and stormwater infrastructure. On the user rate side, water supported assets equate to approximately $135 million and are comprised of roughly 82% linear infrastructure. On the wastewater side, we're talking about $175 million, which are comprised of roughly 52% linear infrastructure. Continuing with the Chapter 2 discussion, the point-in-time analysis is further articulated using age, condition, risk, and risk as proxies for determining the state of the township's owned assets. The township maintains a robust data set of asset inventories across asset classes. However, the maturity and integrity vary across each of these classes. For example, for road bases, condition may not be immediately evident as the road surface given the below-grade nature of the asset itself. Thus, condition is largely based on age. And for some assets, the actual in-service year or date of commissioning is not readily known. Thus, certain assumptions and estimates have been made to develop the state of the local infrastructure presented in Chapter 2. What is important to note is that this document provides a baseline on which future plans can be measured to determine areas of success, those needing improvement, and where data gaps can be remediated. Next, we'll transition to Chapter 3, or levels of service. Too far. There we are. Levels of service is critical to asset management and perhaps the most difficult concept in asset management practice given the seemingly infinite number of ways in which it can be used in practice. Levels of service is the main driver in linking asset management planning to the budgeting process. The key takeaway for levels of service is that the township decisions made in establishing levels of service drive funding requirements and are directly correlated to the budget process. If once you've determined the levels of service and these inform a budget outcome that is too high, you can go back and revise level of service to ensure that service provision can be conducted with service, risk, and a funding envelope that is palatable by both council and the community. Factors that impact levels of service include some legislative requirements, where we have some levels of service that are prescribed through legislation to ensure safe and effective municipal service provision. Strategic planning and the desires of council should also be contemplated. There are financial constraints which must be given consideration, again, linking available funding to budget inputs and outputs to the asset management planning to ensure services are being delivered are affordable. We must consider available resources and community expectations as well. And this slide is one you may recognize. It is the level of service framework output that was the result of an extensive internal and external consulting process conducted earlier this year. Key to township development of this framework is the line of sight concept, originating with the understanding corporate priorities through the township strategic plan, long-term planning documents. We must consider legislation, services and objectives, community and technical levels of service, risk, life cycle activities that are required to conduct and maintain life cycle costs, and costs of conducting asset management in practice. Lastly, we must also consider any residual risk remaining once life cycle activities have been conducted. This framework was endorsed in principle earlier this year and has been deeply ingrained into the document before council here today. When considering levels of service, there are two main components. First, community levels of service. This can be described in terms of what the community is receiving, whereas the second component, or technical levels of service, details the how in services are provided. These are independent concepts, however, both must be considered when delivering services to residents. To perhaps better contextualize this, we can look at the right of this slide, where the community levels of service could be the tip of the iceberg or what the community sees above the waterline, whereas the technical levels of service, or the items below the waterline, would be the underlying work conducted by the township to deliver that service at the correct level. Now, I had mentioned line of sight earlier, and this slide is a specific example from our asset management plan. With our existing strategic plan, we have a goal to provide innovative and sustainable governance, and more specifically, maintain and enhance existing infrastructure. From a roads asset perspective, we have a service objective to provide roads and sidewalks that take people and goods where they need to go in a safe and efficient manner. The service expectations are that these roads are open and provide efficient transportation and provide a comfortable ride. On the community levels of service side, this is what the customer is receiving. These are detailed in the table in the bottom half of this slide and are largely prescribed through legislation and are detailed within the asset management plan through mapping and other means. On the technical levels of service side, or what the township must undertake to deliver service, these are also detailed in the table, as well as historical information on how the township has performed against the technical levels of service, and the technical levels of service have been defined for each of the next 10 years, which is a legislative requirement in the 2025 Asset Management Plan update. This infographic effectively ties the level of service concept together. Starting at the top of the graphic, the township delivers a multitude of services. These services are informed through various sources such as council direction, community feedback, staff engagement, legislative requirements, strategic direction, and again, balancing constraints. These inputs form the basis for the level of service targets, and then long-range financial plans are developed. And after that, staff report back to council annually on the service performance in relation to the level of service targets, and then the cycle repeats itself. Next, we'll discuss some asset management strategy employed by the township. Asset management strategies, these are effectively concepts that bring together key information from the state of the local infrastructure and levels of service to assess the cost to be incurred to provide services. The township currently employs several different strategies when considering its inventory. For example, in certain instances, the direct costs associated with asset ownership can be broken down into various life cycle costing categories, such as operating, maintenance, rehabilitation, replacement, and expansion-related costs to extend life as much as possible. And this is depicted on the example of the right of this graphic and is represented by the blue line. Starting along the left horizontal axis at year 0, where the asset is either purchased or commissioned, eventually deteriorating over time, at which point life cycle intervention takes place and once again increases the condition of the asset. And then this cycle of deterioration and rehabilitation continues until the asset can no longer be rehabilitated and eventually is decommissioned or replaced. Assets are generally replaced once the cost of maintenance exceeds the benefits received from the asset. In other instances, the township may employ a run-to-failure strategy that does not involve any interim life cycle interventions, as may be the case for small equipment purchases or low criticality assets. This strategy is also depicted in the right of this graphic and is shown through the yellow line. Again, starting along the left horizontal axis at year 0, where the asset is purchased, deteriorating over time, this time without any life cycle interventions until it is no longer fit for use. When it is eventually replaced, the cycle starts again. What is important to note when considering the type of strategy being employed is that life cycle strategies are built into asset management planning practices to reduce costs associated with the ownership and maintenance of assets while maintaining the appropriate levels of service. And another factor influencing the longevity of township assets is the demand for services provided by those assets. Demand will change over time, both in terms of service quantity and the types of services required. Demand can be driven by several factors, including population growth, demographics, changes in the types of services provided, the ways in which the township is expected to provide those services, land use changes, economic development trends, and environmental changes as well. These demand drivers impact decisions made with respect to asset lifecycle cost, and therefore also impact the ability to provide sustainable services over time. To assist with managing the impacts of these drivers, demand management strategies can be employed. And some of these strategies could include education, and that is by educating residents, businesses, and tourists on the effective use of assets. This could be by virtue of road bypasses or parking options. It's through legislation, restricting asset use using legislation through perhaps enforcement bylaws, demand substitution by providing alternate services in substitution for the demanded services, asset expansion, and that is by expanding asset capabilities and services offered in alignment with township master plans. Asset efficiency is another item, and this is by promoting more efficient use of assets or services. That it could be through either higher density housing or traffic flows. And asset sustainability, and that is by ensuring funding is available to ensure sustainable services and the projected increase in demands. Next section kind of touches on risk. Risk assessments are conducted or incorporated into the asset management planning process to identify critical areas and prioritize asset investment. In many cases, the demand for asset investment exceeds the actual funding available, requiring the need to allocate funds based on a risk management approach. The township's asset management planning processes looks at risk from both a corporate and asset-specific perspective. Corporate risk management considers risk at the asset category level and factors in strategic or corporate risk, environmental risk, health and safety, operational risk, and financial risk. Whereas asset-specific risk is conducted for every township asset to evaluate how likely it is to fail and what the impact of failure would be on our community. This approach takes into consideration both probability and consequence of failure. Probability of failure represents the likelihood that assets will not achieve their desired levels of service or will not be able to fulfill a particular need. Factors used in establishing probability of failure are detailed in the upper left table of this slide. Consequence of failure represents the consequence if an asset does not achieve the desired level of service or is not able to fulfill a particular need. Factors to establish the consequence of failure are detailed in the lower left-hand table of this slide. In most instances, the probability of failure is multiplied by the overall consequence of failure to arrive at a risk score. The risk score is then plotted on a risk matrix like the one shown on this slide as well, and enables the prioritization of action, be it life cycle intervention, replacement, or some other action to be taken by the township. Worth noting is that risk matrices can change from asset category to category, so they're not all pigeonholed into one framework. And this is an area where we've done a tremendous amount of work at staff to correctly identify risk across our asset categories. And it's also worth noting that a combination of these strategies can be employed in developing asset management planning being considered here today. Transition now into the financing strategy, or Chapter 5. The objective of the financing strategy is to ultimately inform the annual budget, considering levels of service, life cycle cost, risk, and available resources. Starting with tax-supported assets, the table at the top of this slide identifies both internal and external sources of funding. External sources of funding should be noted as being a little bit on the volatile side. We've experienced this volatility firsthand during the COVID-19 pandemic, where our OLG proceeds had declined significantly. And more recently, OSIF allocations have been slowly eroding, as can be seen in the bottom half of this slide. And these are examples are supporting the need for sustainable internal funding over time. This next slide summarizes the funding assumptions used in the financing strategy when developing the 2025 asset management plan. At the top, we've got CCBF, formerly federal gas tax. And for this, we've assumed inflationary increases every 2 years, which is a historical norm. From an OSIF perspective, as I've previously mentioned, we've witnessed consecutive years of decline in this external funding source, which is also being anticipated for the 2026 allocation, after which staff assume the funding envelope will stabilize. We've given consideration to one-time grants. However, given the application-based, competitive, and normally oversubscribed nature of this funding stream, we have not included it in the financial analysis for the 2025 update. OLG funds, staff have assumed maintaining a 92% allocation dedicated to capital for the purposes of developing the financial strategy. And development charges are based on forecasted cash flows for growth-related capital and debt servicing costs. And from a debt perspective, we've assumed that we would maintain the self-imposed 15% own source revenue ceiling. And lastly, on the partner contribution side, given the sporadic nature, these again have not been included in the strategy. So when looking at optimal versus actual investment in asset management planning, again, broken down into tax-supported and rate-supported segments, we've segmented the tax-supported assets even further, appreciating that bridges and culverts have an allocation from the dedicated capital levy as well as OSIF funding. So excluding bridges and culverts, the township is at 52% of perceived optimal funding, and this is an improvement over the 2022 asset management plan. This is largely due to OSIF contributions and implementation of the 2022 asset management recommendation of a 2% annual levy equivalent dedicated to asset management initiatives. When looking specifically at bridges and culverts, the township is at 65% of optimal funding. This is down slightly from 74% during the 2022 plan. And this is largely due to increasing costs of rehabilitation and inflation outpacing the growth of the dedicated capital levy, which is only increased year over year by the township's assessment growth. So similar to the 2022 plan, we looked at various funding scenarios to support the funding gap, 6 to be exact. These being reaching optimal funding in 20, 30, or 40 years, and capital investment of 2%, 1.5%, and 1% annually. Through this analysis, you can see that the first 4 of the 6 scenarios achieve optimal funding by year 40. However, scenarios 5 and 6 fail to achieve optimal funding by year 40, reaching only 81% and 61% respectively. These are also detailed graphically on the bottom left-hand slide, with the black line representing optimal funding, and with each of the scenarios represented by a different colored line. Worth noting is that in the bottom right-hand graphic, each of these financing strategies are plotted against the funding gap. And while each of the first 4 scenarios close the gap, scenarios 5 and 6 continue to fall behind as asset investment does not keep up with inflationary impacts, thereby exacerbating the funding gap issue. So, in terms of our recommendations, staff recommend that we continue to employ scenario 4, which is a 2% levy equivalent investment in asset management annually to make meaningful progress in closing the funding gap. This graph again showing optimal investment over time in green, and the projected investment over time if scenario 4 is employed in the blue barred line, effectively reaching optimal asset management funding in 40 years. From a funding perspective, we are also recommending that a portion of the 2% levy equivalent be funded through assessment growth, as has been past practice. The top left graphic details the allocation and impact on growth. The highlighted line, assuming a typical annual assessment growth between 2 and 3% and a 75-25 split between operational needs and asset investment. The bottom right graph details the example of how the 2% equivalent investment in asset management would change based on the assessment growth allocation. So using a similar example of growth between 2 and 3%, this growth allocation would reduce the 2% investment into a net impact between 1.5 and 1.25% on taxation. We'll quickly transition now to rate-supported assets, those being water and wastewater. The top section of the slide, once again, detailing the areas of internal and external funding sources, and the bottom graphs detailing the historical funding for both water and wastewater. While we have been good in this area in terms of maintaining the annual increases informed by the water and wastewater rate studies, in recent years we have seen some decline in internal contributions due to rates not keeping pace with inflation. From an optimal funding standpoint, we are at 60% on the water side, down from 76% in 2022, and 61% on the wastewater side, again down from 76% from the previous plan. The drivers in these reductions are, again, some recent declines in contributions indicating rate increases trailing inflation, and a significant effort in improving our inventory for process equipment in these areas, combined with more robust asset management strategies being employed. The chart on the bottom of this slide details the recommended rate increases in these areas over time. Also worth noting here is that the township is currently engaged in updating the water and wastewater rate study and will be reporting back later in the year. So on to Chapter 6, Monitoring and Continuous Improvement. As previously mentioned, the township maintains a robust data set of asset inventories across asset classes. However, the data maturity and integrity vary across each of these classes. The radar diagram shown on this slide graphically depicts the asset data maturity for each of these classes owned and operated by the township. Data maturity is measured using completeness, replacement value, useful life estimates, risk, and condition. Each of the asset classes are measured against these criteria, and the results are shown here. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't take a minute to acknowledge the tremendous amount of effort by staff and advancements made in our asset data maturity. Staff should be proud of the advancements in the quality and data set that we have and maintain, as data is integral to our asset management practices. And as previously mentioned, with $1.2 billion in assets, maintaining and monitoring this amount of data is a significant undertaking. Looking now more holistically from the township's asset management planning standpoint, the graphic on this slide demonstrates how the township is performing across a 15-point continuous improvement scale. Again, an area of tremendous improvement. However, it is important to note that asset management is a journey, and continuous improvement and incremental betterments always remain part of the process. So building on the prior slide and with a lens on focusing on targets to further asset management maturity for the township, these next two slides detail the short and long-term targets for the township's asset management practices to move the needle on overall township maturity. In the short term, we feel that focus should be on continued legislative compliance, software implementation and maturation, development and refinement of processes and procedures, data integration of risk and levels of service models into software to enable ease of budgeting and predictive scenario modeling. And in the long term, it is recommended that the township focus on its data governance strategy, coordination between asset management and budget data inputs, continued work with data maturity and disaggregation, integration of strategic and master planning into asset management, refinement of funding assumptions and lifecycle cost models, and the development and implementation of public engagement strategies. So closing now with conclusions and recommendations, I will go over these line by line as they are significant and have lasting impacts. Overall, we must recognize that asset management planning is a journey that requires continuous improvement and update. From Chapter 3, or levels of service, staff must consider the costs associated with providing services at target levels when developing the annual budget. From Chapter 4, the Asset Management Strategy chapter, we must consider several factors. Initially, we must ensure all asset management related costs required to provide the township services are contemplated. We must acknowledge the risk of deferring various asset lifecycle costs. We must recognize the impacts that demand management have on township assets, including anticipated growth. We must also recognize that critical assets play a significant role in providing services. Sorry, a little too quick on the draw there. We must also be aware that priority assets represent assets in each category with the highest asset risk, and that future short, medium, and long-term costs should focus on these assets. From Chapter 5, the Financing Strategy chapter, we must ensure that when we're developing the annual budget, that staff closely monitor external sources of funding to ensure that the associated risk of relying on these funding sources from an asset management perspective are not certain. OSIF funding received should continue to be dedicated to bridge, culvert, and roads rehabilitation and replacement needs. The OLG allocation policy should be reviewed annually to maximize funding available for asset management purposes. Planned debt payments over the next 10 years are not to exceed 15% of township revenues. A portion of the annual taxation assessment growth should be allocated to asset investment. And to maintain meaningful increases in tax-supported assets over time, an annual increase equivalent of 2% in taxation should be employed, and that the township should continue to follow water and wastewater rate study recommended rate increases over the foreseeable future. From Chapter 6, or continuous improvement, staff should continue to work with the county and associated lower tier municipalities in the advancement of asset management planning. Focus on continuous improvement of asset data quality for all asset categories over time. And we must monitor progression of short, medium, and long-term continuous improvement targets. And that effectively concludes my presentation. However, with your indulgence, Mayor Waters, I would like to invite the Manager of Engineering, Adam Gilmore, up to say a few words.
Yeah, thanks very much, Adam, and hi, Mayor Waters, members of council again. I'll keep it brief here, but I want to reiterate something that our CAO Wilson said, just about how unique it is for a municipality of our size to prepare a plan like this internally. And I want to share a little story. I was at the Good Roads Conference this year in April, and I had a manager from another municipality, a bigger municipality, come up to me and say, my director told me to come find you because we want to have an asset management plan like the Township of Centre Wellington. So I thought that municipality will remain unnamed, of course, but I just thought that was a real compliment and a testament to what we've done here. Also, just want to highlight the great work of some members of my team who are in attendance here, and that's Greg Wallowich, who's our supervisor of asset management and GIS, and Krista Dickey, our asset management technician. And a plan like this takes a lot of behind the scenes number crunching and a lot of data work involved. Mapping work and visuals also, and they were integral in completing that work. So this plan provides a roadmap for infrastructure projects in the township, and on behalf of the Infrastructure Services Department and Colin and the Engineering Division, I can say that our staff are up to the challenge of delivering the important infrastructure projects needed to implement this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, okay. Comments, questions?
I'm not very proud of this question. First of all, thank you to everybody. I honestly cannot figure out that graphic on page 31. I'm sure I am alone, but I can't make sense of it. Can you bring it back up and maybe have someone break it down. It's the triangular one. That's not triangle, it's actually the four-sided. Page 31. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I'm sorry, I just couldn't seem to make sense of it. And I looked at it too long and then. There, yeah.
So yeah, you can think of the scale going from the inner circle to the outside. And each of the graphs is measured against a 5-point scale in terms of the various components that we use to define our data maturity. And each of the colors within that graph show where we are plotted against those metrics for each of the asset classes.
Can you walk through one of them as an example, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
We go with the red line.
Sure.
Which is, I believe, equipment.
It is.
So from an
we're at about a 6 out of 10 on the scale. From a replacement value standpoint, we're fairly mature. I believe we're at about a 7 or an 8 out of 10 on that one. So that's just how it kind of stretches and morphs throughout each of the criteria in measuring those data maturity.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, I have attended Good Roads, and so I'm happy to hear that you had that compliment or take, and I hope they're jealous of us, because yes, this is a phenomenal presentation, and thank you for bringing it forward. I have had a compliment at Good Roads 2 years ago, I forget when I was there, that the way that we go about setting aside funds for our assets are pretty key. So I just take that forward and bring it back to staff, but thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, I agree. Congrats to you all. I think it's a huge achievement doing this all internally, and I think the talent here in terms of asset management, Centre Wellington is well known among the municipal sphere for sure. So congratulations on this. A couple of questions. One, the technical piece there, is that updated like just annually? I know like Farrier Park has been updated. It doesn't appear so in the technical
technical
analysis.
Appendix,
the appendix there.
Yes, those are updated annually. What we can say is that the risk, because of the refinement and revision that we've done, it may change position in terms of where it resides on the criticality list. But if you don't see it within the critical list, which is just a subset of the more critical assets that are required for township consideration, it accompanies the technical appendix, which should have all township assets.
Yeah. So just follow up on that. I would just note to maybe take a look at Farrier Park. I don't think that the upgrade has been recently noted in that one. But and I was looking because I was going through and it makes sense. Our roads, our water, I understand where like this high risk kind of label comes from. But when we look at like the consequence of failure, sometimes we're seeing like in our recreational areas, and I know it's a new data metric that we're going to be tracking a lot in terms of like our outdoor recreational and trails and such. There's more data that we'll be doing in the future, which is great. But I see, for example, there's a couple where they might have poor lighting, which is listed as a critical, and then there could be, like picnic pavilions or something that are listed as in critical condition, but then the risk is low. So for me, like, I'm like, okay, we have a structure in a dimly lit park where children in public may go and enter and play. Like, where does that like low risk, if you can just walk me through like the risk analysis when it comes to more of our kind of outdoor recreational things like that. Obviously I get the road, the water, an IT failure, system failure and stuff like that. I understand that, but if you could just kind of walk through the risk analysis of that.
Yeah, certainly. Like with other matrices within the asset management plan, they're measured on both a probability and consequence of failure. So depending on where those reside, like for example, if a road has a high consequence of failure, which could lead to a fatal collision or something of that nature, it would really skew those numbers upwards. So while it is still an area of kind of maturation and things we can certainly take away, you can understand how one might not balance against the other in terms of the consequence of failure versus the probability of failure, and how that would kind of shift where it resides within those risk matrices. Okay.
Councillor Walton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thanks to the whole team. It's great work. Just curious, it might be a short answer because maybe there's no relationship, but I'm just curious if there is any relationship between natural asset management and any of the work we might be doing there in terms of how it would fit into our asset management plan. And I know Green Municipalities Fund has funding available, for example, so might be some interesting opportunities, but I'm just not sure it fits into this exact plan. Thank you.
We're still working on the maturity from an asset or a natural asset management lens. Certainly something that I've had conversations with Martin, our climate change coordinator, on. So we're going to be working with that, and we have attended sessions. We've developed some high level frameworks, and certainly an area of advancement that we're looking to into future plans.
Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I was just wondering, with the use of assessment growth, are you thinking that we need to change the percentages where they're allocated at all? Or do you think like they're okay there with the 75 and 25 split?
Certainly an area of consideration. I think for all intents and purposes, we're comfortable where they reside right now in terms of informing that 2% growth number over year. Assuming that council is comfortable within the confines of that scenario 4, where that 2% gets us to optimal funding within 40 years. If we were to be a little bit more ambitious on that target, it's certainly something we give consideration to. But with that, we must also give consideration to the fact that that assessment growth also informs some of our operational needs as we grow. We have more service provision, more things of that nature. And it also informs our staffing strategy as we grow. We also need more staff members. So within the confines of that growth, we can only stretch it so far, but I certainly take your point.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. You've listed gravel roads in poor. How long did they stay poor? With just adding on what Councillor Jefferson has said with our growth, and how does that factor in? How long are we going to leave them poor? Or are we just rehabilitate them in our plan?
Oh, thank you for the question, Councillor McDonald, and through you, Mayor Waters. Certainly something, an area of focus. We'd conducted a study several years ago, which suggested that we need to invest more money into our gravel road network, and something that we're trying to continue to move the needle on through kind of that investment strategy. And again, that's an area where we'd be looking at those community and technical levels of service to inform where we're at in terms of the target levels of service and how we're trending against those targets.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Kind of in combination with this report and then our next one. So we know how many assets we have. We know what our kind of like infrastructure funding gap is there. And we also know that like our sources of funding provincially and federally have been declining as well. So that's impacting us as well. Is there an opportunity here to provide some direction maybe to staff or to the mayor of where we should like highlight this, like how well we've done in our asset management, identify it, and addressing the concerns about the decreasing
Certainly. Yeah, no,
sources of funding.
No,
yeah.
I thank you for the question, Councillor Adams. That is a metric that we report on annually through the budgeting process. Unfortunately, we haven't got those metrics today because we are fairly early days in terms of the 2025 calendar year in terms of informing the 2026 budget. But yes, through the annual report to council as it pertains to our regular touch point with council for asset management, that's another metric that we will touch on along with the level of service advancements as we go.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Craddock.
You and through you. Just a quick one to kind of piggyback on Bronwyn's comment about natural assets. I know we're not there yet, working towards it, but do we do risk assessments for them now? Take, for example, like a river in increasing crazy weather that we're having, like what floods or erosion to the banks could do or possibly cost?
Within the confines of the plan, we do have mapping that considers kind of resiliency to a 5-year storm. And I know, kind of as an aside from our tree canopy, we do have those plotted and the risks associated with the tree canopy kind of teased out, and that's something we would like to bake in. So we do continue to do that, and climate change is certainly an area where we're going to be developing the asset management for future iterations as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions from council? I'd just like to make a comment. I think I'll do this on behalf of council. You make us very proud, amount of effort you put onto this program, and I see your lovely folks back there as well, who and all of staff here. You know, it's amazing what sometimes a small municipality can do, and you've demonstrated here with the amount of work here in terms of this document. So it'll be obviously a great basis for us moving forward in terms of dealing with, you know, these assets, how we're going to prioritize these things. And obviously, as we move through the budget process, these areas will get more highlighted as well. So again, I thank you and your staff and staff there for all their efforts.
If I may just, yeah, I think it's important to note that certainly a massive collaboration on this exercise and initiative. So I don't want the perspective to be that this is something that was led by myself. It really takes a village to get a document like this across the finish line, certainly one that is kind of mandated and introduced, developed end to end with all the data that goes along with that. So thank you for your comments.
So I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approve the 2025 Asset Management Plan. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Okay, so we're going to go down to item 12.10, 2026 budget recommendation, and then are you ready to roll again, Adam?
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and members of council. Fortunately, I get to split this one up a little bit with your Deputy Treasurer and Manager of Finance, Mark Brady. So between the two of us, we are here today to provide some staff recommendations as it pertains to the 2026 budget preparation process. And so without further delay, we can jump right in. The agenda for today will touch on the strong mayor power influence on the 2026 budget. We'll touch briefly on inflation, some asset management contributions, which should be fairly familiar to you now, termite management program funding, assessment growth, some discussion on township fees and charges, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, or OCIF, capital contributions from the Development Charge Reserve Funds, the 2026 capital budget funding sources, and we'll close with some proposed timelines for development of the 2026 budget. So as council had previously heard, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs had announced the expansion of strong mayor powers to 169 additional municipalities. These powers took effect in Centre Wellington on May 1 of this year. And strong mayor power legislation includes a set of powers and duties as it pertains to municipal budgeting. The mayor must, by February 1st of each year, prepare and propose a municipal budget for council consideration. Worth noting here is that the authority to prepare and propose a municipal budget rests solely with the mayor, and this cannot be delegated to council or staff. However, the mayor may use a mayoral direction to staff regarding the preparation of a budget. So when it comes to the actual passage of a budget, that's not something that resides within the powers of council anymore. What happens once the mayor proposes a budget, which would be viewed as kind of day one, beyond that, council has 30 days to meet and propose amendments. If amendments are presented, the mayor would then have 10 days to veto those proposed amendments. Following any mayoral veto, council would then have 15 days to attempt to override a mayoral veto, which would require a 2/3 vote in which the mayor participates. After this cycle is complete, the municipal budget is deemed to have been adopted. It's quite a departure from our current strategy, but I just wanted to highlight it because I think it bears repeating. We'll transition now to inflation. So at a macro level, the township's operating budget has a blend of costs that are either affected by increases associated with operating, capital, or not affected at all by inflation. At the township, we look to indices to verify or confirm cost increases that have either been directly witnessed or are leading indicators of what the township can anticipate for cost fluctuation for budgeting purposes. Most notably, these are the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, and this is used to either inform or verify operating inflationary impacts. We also use the Non-Residential Building Construction Price Index, or affectionately known as NRB CPI, and this is used to inform or verify capital budgetary impacts or implications. Too far? There we go. This slide shows the historical year-over-year change to the Consumer Price Index. Again, this index is used to inform operating inflationary impacts for estimating the budgetary impact that should be considered when setting operating levels and cost implications for purchasing goods and services. As can be seen in this graphic, the last few years have seen significant fluctuation in this index, and with the year-over-year increase in 0.6%. This slide shows the historical year-over-year change to the Non-Residential Building Construction Price Index, and this index again used to inform capital inflationary impacts for estimating the budgetary impacts that should be considered when setting capital cost implications for construction projects. As can be seen in this graphic, the last few years have seen significant fluctuation in this appendice as well, or indice as well, with the year-over-year increase in 2025 currently sitting at 3.3%. Looking strictly at the year-over-year implications of these indices and weighing the operating and capital activities of the township using the 2025 budgetary measures as a proxy for the inflationary impacts on the township activities, this analysis would suggest that these inflationary impacts alone would amount to a 2.1% increase in costs to deliver the same services to residents as those in 2025. To provide a little bit more context, I've prepared this graph showing the annual CPI increases on a monthly basis dating back to August of 2023. As you can see, the inflationary pressures on operating costs for the township have fluctuated between 3.8% and 1.6%. And from a trend perspective, the most recent 3-month average is 2.2%, and the 6-month average is 2% even. The interest rate environment has stabilized somewhat. However, it remains uncertain where the optimal forecasting inflation rate resides. Again, layering in the average inflation rates to the net expenditure models for the township, we see proxy forecasting values ranging from 2% using the current rates to 2.5% using the 3-month average. It is likely that the 2026 township operating costs will stabilize somewhere between 2 and 3%, barring any anomalous economic impacts. And as such, staff are recommending that the township maintain a 2026 tax rate increase equal to or less than 2.5%, excluding asset management allocations. So this brings us to the recommendation for council consideration. And again, just being received for information only at this point, that the township maintain a rate increase equal to or less than 2.5%, excluding asset management allocations. Also worth noting here is that there will be future opportunity to provide input and change direction as we progress through the budget preparation process. And also worth noting is that staff will be bringing forward future reports later in the year as more information comes to light. This section, we'll touch briefly this time on asset management. There are linkages between the budget and asset management, as we've already heard. On this slide, we've graphically depicted how there are a multitude of plans and processes that inform both asset management and the annual budget and how they're connected. On the left, we've got strategic planning, departmental plans and processes, and the budget processing informing each other, as well as the asset management process and vice versa. On the right, we see that the official plan, secondary plans, master plans, condition assessments, and staff reports and analyses also inform asset management processes. This concept, again, helping to enforce the relationship between the township's asset management practices and the annual budget. So council has just received a report on the township's asset management planning, where a recommendation was put forward to continue with a 2% increase in taxation equivalent on an annual basis to provide meaningful increases in tax-supported asset investment over time. And staff are once again recommending the implementation of the 2% contribution, which, net of the anticipated growth contribution to asset management planning, would equate to a tax levy increase on existing residents of approximately 1.375%, or $284,821. This slide here again, just reiterating that for asset management, staff instate an increase equivalent to a 2% increase in taxation during the 2026 budget process to generate the required funds to mitigate the funding gap, with specific assets identified within the 2025 asset management plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to your Deputy Treasurer and Manager of Finance.
Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Waters and Council. All right, so I'll lead you through section 3, which is termite management. So as part of the 2024 budget deliberations process, staff recommended a termite management program funding allocation of $240,000 annually. In 2025, this funding requirement was facilitated by a 2% allocation, or $56,000 from the OLG proceeds, and a tax levy contribution of $184,000. Staff's recommending a similar funding strategy in 2026, and if we do follow that, that'll have no tax levy impact in the development of the 2026 draft budget. The staff recommendation on termite management is the staff maintain 2025 levels of tax-supported termite management program funding to mitigate any in-year tax levy implications. Section 4, assessment growth. So growth within the township results in increased costs in a number of areas. It means more roads, sidewalks, other hard services like water and wastewater, pipes. It also means more recreational facilities, such as parks, sports fields, playgrounds, and it increases demand for various programs like seniors programming and swimming and hockey and lacrosse and all other sports. It also has a significant impact on fire services and demand for their services. And it also has an impact on administration, customer service, and bylaw enforcement requirements. And in addition to all this, provisional downloading of services and regulated reporting continues to increase. So the township's approach has always been growth pays for growth, and there's actually strategic direction from council on that. So how do we pay for operating costs of growth? Well, they're funded from taxation assessment growth and additional water and wastewater revenues. And how do we pay for growth costs that are within our capital budget? Well, they're funded from development charges, or they could be funded from developer contributions. So the bottom bit of the slide here defines essentially what tax assessment growth is. It's additional taxation revenue that's received due to new properties that have been built, new manufacturing plants, new factories, new commercial buildings, but it's also smaller things like renovations or expansion of existing facilities. So the 10-year average for the township and assessment growth is approximately 3.27%.
And over the past 3 years, you can see how it's varied significantly, with 2023 being the low point there of 2.12, and then last year 6.79. With assessment growth, we really are at the mercy of MPAC and when they get around to assessing various properties. We really have no control over it. So next slide here, the staff recommendation on assessment growth is to assume assessment growth equal to 2.5% to be used to fund budget increases considered to be growth in nature, with assessment growth figures to be updated when actuals are received in November. So we do get our actuals, or we know what our assessment growth for the year will be once we get into November. So we do always try to put that into our budget for the next year, so the council's aware when we meet, usually in early December. Next section, fees and charges. So annually, the township passes a bylaw on fees and charges for the year. Our current approach is to pass that bylaw at the same time as we do the budget, as they do basically go hand in hand. And fees and charges revenue does have a significant impact on the budget. It was about 15% of the total revenues that went through the 2025 budget. And many, I think most of you are aware, many fees and charges, excuse me, are partially subsidized by taxation. In order to maintain that same level of subsidization, we need to increase the fees and charges annually by inflationary levels. So here are all the fees and charges categories that are included within the bylaw. I'll just point out one, the water and wastewater. That is, those fees and charges are increased based on council's approved rate study, and we are going through a rate study right now for water and wastewater rates. So staff recommendations to increase fees and charges for 2026 by 2.5%. Other than where pressure on rates indicates an alternate rate change. So OSIF funding. So there are two sources of funding, as I think council's aware, for bridge and major culvert rehab and replacement. And that's the dedicated capital levy. And also the first $1,271,559 of OSIF that we received. So just keep in mind the first 1.3 million OSIF we get has historically gone towards bridges. The other, anything in excess of 1.3 million in OSIF goes towards other tax supported infrastructure, i.e. roads, in most cases at this point. There are eligibility rules around OSIF and what it can be used for. In 2022 and 2023, the province reviewed the OSIF structure. That led to a huge increase in funding in 2022, with essentially a doubling of the amount of funds we received and other municipalities. Since then, however, they put in place some calculations and they compare us to other municipalities. And for the past 2 years, in 2024 and 2025, we've seen our contributions decrease by 15%. Which is the maximum that they will reduce each year. Based on the fact that we maxed out at the 15% last year, we're assuming kind of a worst case scenario here. Again, in 2026, that will likely be subject to another 15% reduction. There is no staff recommendation on this. It's really just the simple provided so the council's aware of the reductions in OSIF and how it's changed over the years, as you can see in the graph there. Development charge is the next section. So again, significant source of funding in the capital budget. 11% of the capital funding in 2025's capital budget. If you go back the past 3 or 4 years, it's typically in that 10 to 15% range that DCs will fund in the capital budget. In the 2025 budget and 10-year forecast, we assumed an approximate target DC funding amount of 1.9 million each year based on a 3-year average. We can manage our DC cash flow. We do have a few tools on that. One is to delay growth-related projects. or we can incur growth-related debt and essentially creates a commitment on our DCs to fund those debt payments over the next 10 or 20 years or whatever the maturity of the debt time period is. We are again proposing to maintain a 3-year average DC capital funding amount of $1.9 million. We do continue to bring in DC proceeds. So far this year, I checked, we brought in about $1.25 million. The township does have strong DC reserve fund balances. There was about $33 million when we closed out the 2024 year. So staff recommendation on this section is maintain a 3-year funding average of approximately $1.9 million in growth-related capital projects to be funded by development charges within the draft 10-year capital forecast, unless planned agreements with developers provides for an acceleration of DC funding for specific projects. And Section 8 is capital funding. So I believe council is aware that our main sources of funding are those listed there with equipment, vehicle, facility replacement reserves. Those fund those wonderful schedules that are in our budget book and take up a thick chunk of that. Also a significant source is the General Capital Reserve, Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF, or gas taxes, as most people still call it, OLG funds, and Ontario Community and Infrastructure Funds, or OSIF. Those 5 items are used to fund the tax-supported items within the capital budget, excluding bridges and major culverts. Recall from our capital budget, we have a separate section for bridges and major culverts. And as I said earlier, that's funded from the dedicated capital levy and the first roughly $1.3 million of OSIF that we receive. The equipment, vehicle, facility replacement reserves. So starting in the next few weeks, staff will start updating those all those pages that are in the budget book, updating costs, moving projects around that are within their items around within there based on the condition of the vehicle, condition of the equipment, as the age factors or useful life factors that we use within those schedules are basically a guide. As they move closer to being replaced, we then take a look at each individual item, determine does it really need to be replaced at this point in time. Based on the 2025 budget, it was anticipated $160,000 increase to our replacement reserves would be required in 2026 from the 2025 contributions. Next item, general capital reserve. So the existing balance in the general capital reserve is almost $2.7 million. You may recall that we want to maintain a minimum balance within the general capital reserve of $1.25 million. And that's basically to make sure that we have money available in the event that a grant opportunity comes up. If we experience a tender that is unfavorable and council still wishes to proceed with it, we've got some funds there to do that. So the total that we would make available for the 2026 budget would be about $1.45 million out of the existing general capital reserve balance. And we're proposing a contribution from operating to the general capital reserve of about $1.4 million for 2026. That includes the asset management contribution. So that total that would be available for 2026's budget would be $2.85 million. So CCBF or gas tax. We've got their assumed 2026 allocation. We know it's at least $1 million. Well, that number there, $1,009,600. That's the minimum we will get. It's likely what we will get. There is an unused allocation from previous years of about $130,000. That came about due to favorable tenders on gas tax funded projects that would have closed in 2024. So it's just excess funding that we didn't use in prior years because it wasn't required. So total available for the 2026 budget from CCBF is $1.14 million. OLG, so the allocation policy that was approved for the 2025 budget was township capital gets 92%, community impact grant reserve gets 4%, termite management reserve gets 2%, and heritage gets 2%. And one thing to make sure that you keep in mind is allocations that are received in 2025, that's what we use and are available for the 2026 budget. Main reason we do that is we want to make sure we have the money in the bank so we can fund these projects that are approved in the next year. And we all know what COVID did to our OLG proceeds, and there they are there. You can see on the bottom half of the slide the impacts that it had in 2020 all the way to 2022. 2022, we probably would have exceeded $3 million in OLG money if the facility wasn't shut partly in January of that year. So at the top half of the slide, we're estimating this year at this point around 2.7 million is what we will receive in OLG money. We're basing that on the Q1 actual, and Q2, 3, and 4 are pretty much based on last year with a slight adjustment down based on Q1, which is about 5 or 6% less than what we have received in the past couple of quarter ones. So you can see there seems to be a trend where the funds from OLG are starting to come down again, which we've experienced before. This just calculates out the amounts on the left-hand side with 2.7 million. What will the amounts be that go into the 4 individual buckets? So 92% into capital, 4% into community impact grants, and 2% in the other 2 areas. The unused category in the middle could almost be called uncommitted. So those are funds for the community impact grants that we didn't commit to community impact grants this year at this point in time, or prior years. And same goes for heritage. Termite management is just 54,000 of OLG money is going to go into that reserve, but it's also being funded 184,000 from the operating budget, and it has an existing balance there as well, and is being used to come back and fund the termite subsidies. There we go. So tying all of these items together, left-hand column there, 2026 preliminary, we'd have a total of about 7 million. And that OSIF amount is the excess amount over the 1.3 million that goes to bridges. All right. So you can see there is actually a reduction here from the past 3 years, which is not good news. And a big part of it is the OSIF reduction. So staff recommendation, allocate the following funding to the draft capital budget. $7,050,000 in combined general capital reserve, Canada Community Building Fund, OLG funds, and Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and an increase in funding to the tax-supported equipment, vehicle, and facility replacement reserves to support budgetary needs. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Adam to go over the budget timeline. Mark. This last section, as Mark had alluded to, seeks to establish a budget timeline for adopting the 2026 budget prior to the end of the 2025 calendar year. Initiated by this staff budget recommendation process, and we'll just move to the next slide. So the top item, here we are today discussing the 2026 budget recommendations report and discussion. And assuming staff are directed to prepare a draft budget by the mayor using the recommendations detailed in this report, the next session would take place on September 15th, where staff would introduce the 2026 preliminary capital budget. Following that, staff would return in October for additional information regarding budget impacts and seek formal mayoral direction to establish the 2026 budget. With this direction, staff would aim to have the draft budget book available on November 21st. And during the November 24th council meeting, council would have the opportunity to openly discuss any proposed budget amendments. At the December 2nd and 4th, if required, committee of the whole meetings, council would have the opportunity to provide any last-minute commentary on proposed amendments, and the mayor would have the opportunity to formally veto any of the proposed council amendments at that time. At the December 15th meeting of council, You would have the opportunity to further contemplate, if any, mayoral veto amendments or mayor veto of amendments, and if required, vote to override. Following this, the budget is anticipated to be deemed adopted on November 21st this year. And that effectively ends our presentation. And we're happy to field any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Adam and Mark. Okay, open for comments, questions. Did you want to? Okay, Councillor McDonald, and then I'll go.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Pleasantly surprised by the budget. I would like to see it a little bit lower, but I'm just going to put that out there. I would love to see some of the OLG funds set aside for our Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And I think back in early January, we did discuss that a little bit. Reason being is our parks are in decline severely. And these are tangible things that are open to the public anytime. And so I just want to make that request that if we could have some sort of sustainable funding model for that department, I think it would really help, where we're not relying on public funds or, applying to that grant we might not get or won't get. So I just thank you.
Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Waters. I actually was wondering if there's any reason we couldn't defer receiving this information for report to the July meeting. It's just been a very long day, and I'm worried we're not going to have a really adequate discussion around this. And this is really our only chance to have a discussion around the directions. So there's no other opportunity till it comes back in September, I think, at this point. So that's my first main question, because I would really appreciate it to have more time. We only had 2 business days between when the agenda was published and this meeting. So it's difficult to absorb it all and have a good discussion when we've all been here for quite a few hours now. So that'd just be my request, and throw it out there for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, I'll continue on questions. Further comments, questions? Yes, follow up. Yep.
I do have a question about the timeline, separate from what I just asked. I don't see any public engagement on this timeline. So I'm just curious where that fits in. And along with the timeline, I'm also thinking the time the council would have to suggest amendments to the budget is shorter than the legislated timeline. I think we have 10 days in the legislated timeline. And here we really only have 5. Thank you.
Sorry, I was waiting. Sorry, I didn't. Okay, you didn't have anything response to that, or?
No, absolutely. I'm happy to respond. I just want to make sure you're okay with me having the floor. Yeah, no, I take your point. The rationale for not having a public engagement strategy specifically detailed in this is that we haven't been given mayoral direction to, one, prepare the budget. These are just staff recommendations. The timing is in keeping with what we've done historically. Should council be supportive and the mayor be supportive of a public engagement session, that's certainly something that we can take mayoral direction for, if opposed to prepare a staff draft budget using some of the guidelines discussed either here or endorsed later through the mayor's direction.
So just to clarify, Mayor Waters would have to provide that direction, or is that discussion? Correct. Okay.
With the strong mayor powers, it is the mayor's budget.
So the public engagement process could theoretically be lost in this process?
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically, yes. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just a quick comment and 2 quick questions, I think. First, I just want to make a general comment that it's unfortunate that through this busy budget time, we're having to deal with this whole Bears budget. I want to thank our mayor and our staff for, in this busy time having to kind of rearrange our process. But that was not decided by us. That was put on us by the current government. So that's my comment. My questions are, there's a lot of impact on this termite management program year to year. I'm just wondering if we could get a program update some point prior to our next budget meeting. And then I'm seeing yes, so that's great. And then there was a comment earlier, I think, like Councillor Craddock at the hydro meeting. And then in the presentation, I saw a comment about the impact on the administration of tax bills. Is going to an online tax paperless version of tax something that our municipality is looking into?
Oh, thank you for the question, Councillor Adams. On the tax bill side, it is something that we as staff have engaged with the public in through an insert with the tax bills in terms of gathering whether or not there would be an appetite for moving to an electronic format. The uptake was very, very low. We have had discussion with other municipalities who have implemented an online or tax billing option. And again, the commentary is very, very similar in that there isn't a tremendous amount of uptake. I'm for it. I think there is a great opportunity there. My only caution to that end would be is that we are currently engaged in an RFI process to look at an ERP system. So I would be reluctant to go down the path with our existing provider, understanding that there is an end of life date already established. But yes, I'm all for it.
Other comments, questions? Yes, Councillor Evoy.
No, thanks. My comment was actually through you, sir, was actually about the strong mayoral powers and how this is in fact changing the way we do things. And I'll reiterate one of my colleagues who said, I don't think it's so much Mayor Waters as the process that is changing for us and how it feels and what risk it puts our residents at insofar as democracy and running from a democratic lens. So I think it's a challenge for all of us to be embracing these new powers to understand, again, not so much about our current mayor, but about situationally and from a governance lens that we're used to operating under. It does bring a lot of questions up. So I believe it was Councillor Wilton that suggested maybe a little bit more time. Unless there's a reason why, and if there is, please share now why we would want to move it forward with just the 5 days. Otherwise, I'm okay with making it go a little bit longer, but I want to make sure we're not inhibiting staff in any way.
Through Mayor Waters, we can certainly take direction today or July, which was recommended by Councillor Wilton. We're going to be starting on the capital program this month regardless, and we'll just pivot based on any direction we get. But just to reiterate what Adam's been saying in the presentation, with this being the mayor's budget, we're really trying to feed information into the mayor so he can provide adequate direction to staff. So whether that's in a council setting or if you set up a meeting with the mayor, that's how information is flowed through the mayor to create direction to be provided to staff. So we're happy to bring this forward again for another council conversation in July, but it could also happen in other avenues as well.
If that's the question related to that, yes, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Waters. We're here today, and I've set aside the time in my schedule to be here today to discuss it. So I just know that there's many things that could be in the July meeting. I see how we're doing a lot, and we only have 2 full meetings over the summer, really. So I just also want to bring that forward. That timing is a lot in the next couple of months.
Yeah, I'll respond or piggyback on CAOs. In my mind, in my mind, are trying to still continue the same type of cooperation we've had in the past. It's just this is a new language almost and a new way of doing things. And I think we're, as a staff and a council and myself, trying to navigate this. Really, at the end of the day, it's still to develop the same and also engage the public as well. So it's really sort of trying to navigate then this sort of the first time on this. We want to do it, and I know myself want to do it in a way it's respectful of everyone that way. And even when we were looking at this a few days ago in terms of the, saying, hey, is there an opportunity to push this off till July? I thought that that's a reasonable request given sort of we're going through this for the very first time. And to me, that's a very reasonable approach. And really I think the hope would be come back in July and here's the strategy. This is how we're going to roll this out. That makes sense for everybody. Obviously I got to get, it's for staff too. It's a new thing. They've put us in a good position for today just to sort of bring sort of this initial stuff out. So for me, it's again, how do we do this collegially that way and carry forward? And it's not just for, obviously, I know there was, thank you for not having concerns so much with me, but it's sort of setting up for success in future councils as well. So we want to do a good job here and how we bring this forward. So anyways, I appreciate all the open comments and I want to do well by this council, and I know you guys want to do well as well for the community. So I don't have don't have an issue in terms of bringing back. We were looking at some dates. We were looking sort of floating around the 14th of July. So what that would give us, I think, lots of time to look at this. And so really what we would be doing today was sort of deferral on this and then bring this back in July the 14th. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Workshop. The multi-use recreation facilities downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does you want to add a new date?
I'm just looking for staff here in terms of that. Yep.
Through Mayor Waters, we do have a meeting at the end of July, but I'd be concerned in leaving it that long. We'll have made significant progress on the budget by the end of July. So we're looking at July 14th or a special meeting, which will take some time to try to navigate.
Councillor Jefferson, this relates to dates.
Just a question for clarification. Just before we do a deferral or vote or anything on that, I still have some questions and some other things for clarification, because once you kick it to deferral, then I can't ask. So thank you.
Yep. Okay, so let's set the date there aside for a second and finish off. So Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you. Do we know what our 1% is? That we're not available yet.
Yeah, I know our levy was just shy of 21 million, so it would be in the vicinity of $210,000.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Okay, so then just for my brain for summary, we're looking for the asset management. We're looking at the 2% as staff recommended asset for 40 years, like to come out in the end at 40 years with the full fulfillment is 2%. And then the termites, we are looking at staff recommendation and carrying forward the 2% out of the OLG dollars. And then the 184,000 is baked in. So that's not an additional percentage that we need to add this year. And then growth for assessment is 2.5%, which we're assuming. And then we're looking at a request of the 2.5% for the budget itself. So then it's 4.5 is where we're sitting. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry. Thank you.
No, you're very much on track, Councillor Jefferson. My only comment would be that the growth would also influence the 2% equivalent from an asset management standpoint. So if you factor in growth and we assume 2.5%, it would be 1.375. So we would be closer to, 3.8%, 3.9%.
Through Mayor Waters, and just to clarify, if growth ends up being higher or lower than the 2.5%, we'll adjust accordingly. So if we have another year that's slightly higher than 2.5%, then the impact on the asset management piece will decrease. But we'll keep council up to date on that as we get more growth numbers. So I would say 3.8 is almost the worst it would be.
Yeah, no, I would echo Dan's comments. The 2.5% levy increase was effectively the upset limit that we would be targeting. We would look to certainly come in below that, but staff are looking for recommendation or looking for direction to establish that as the upset limit from the levy increase standpoint.
Okay. Any more follow-up on that, Councillor Jefferson? Okay. Any other? Okay, Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, just a comment. In terms of the user fee and charges, I think it's sitting at 2.5% estimating. Also taking a look at individual impact on that, which is good. Again, it's kind of the same thing. We don't really know. You said historically that's been based around inflationary costs. I think inflation has been sitting a little bit below the 2.5. But again, that's something that I think if we keep in line with inflation, and if inflation is lower than that, I think we should try to remain at that as well. But just a comment.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, so now we're going to swing back to the date. So, what's your suggestion then, Dan, in terms of how we deal with this?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Probably from a staff perspective, baking it into the July 14th agenda is probably the best thing for us to do. We spent some time on budget here today. I would anticipate you wouldn't need a full staff presentation on the 14th, and we could just go into a Q&A. So we can just add this as a report to the agenda on July 14th, and it shouldn't take too much additional time. That would be my recommendation.
So, Councillor Jefferson, you mentioned you're away, or is there a way of tapping into the meeting that way, or take? Pardon me? Potentially. Okay. Okay. So why don't we focus on the 14th then, and then we'll try to accommodate everyone in terms of how we do this. It's obviously we want to give ourselves a bit of runway, and we're going to obviously want to communicate this to the public and do all the good things we've done in the past. So, okay. So I think what I'm looking for is a deferral on this.
Need a mover in a second.
Yeah. So I'm going to read the. Yes, Cap. Yep. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, just one clarification before we go ahead. I know our Parks and Rec plan is coming back for approval on the 14th as well. This deferral doesn't have any impact on anything that would be contained within that report. Just want to confirm.
Through Mayor Waters, no. We're just setting general high-level guidelines for the budget right now, and until we start looking at specific capital programs in September, we're not that specific at this point.
And if council recalls, it is a process, and we sort of move along and we refine it as we go along. So, okay. Okay. Councillor Wilton.
Just a quick comment that if Councillor Jefferson is not here on the 14th of July, that we have time still, like we're all still here till 5 at least. So if there's more questions now that she wants to ask, I think now's perfectly good time to do it before we do the vote on the deferral. personally. That's just my thought.
No, I think it was more just being able to participate on the 14th, but we'll figure that out. So, okay, so I'm going to read this.
Got his hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Waters. I just wanted to reiterate again, it's not because of the strong mayor powers, it's not a requisite that if you have concerns or comments for the mayor's ear, it doesn't necessarily have to be done in a formal setting for him to give us as staff guidance. So if the 14th doesn't work, there is an opportunity for you to meet with the mayor independently to voice your concerns or provide any guidance that you would like him to give consideration to.
Councillor Wilton.
Can I just make a comment on that? While I agree and I understand there's these opportunities, that does mean that that those conversations happen behind closed doors and not in an open and transparent meeting. So I would just hope that we can have as much of the discussion around the budget as possible in an open meeting session. Thank you.
And I agree with you 100% because I think we're trying to make it as transparent as possible that way, but this is just sort of the nuances of the process. So, and it's not like I don't talk to you anyways outside of this chamber. So anyways, Councillor McDonald.
Oh, I was just going to say we could do that now. No, like we could make our request now if we wanted, but we're going to hold off to the July 14th meeting. Okay, fair enough.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, so I'm going to read that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington defers the decision on receiving the 2026 budget recommendation to the July 14th meeting of Council. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilth. Seconder on that, Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you, Adam and the crew. So now we're going to move down to bylaws. 2025-39, a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute parkland development agreement for Farley Park between the Township of Centre Wellington and Keating Construction 2004 Limited. Next, 2025-40, a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a BT Corner restoration community partnership agreement. Next, 2025-41, a bylaw to repeal a portion of bylaw 2025-20 and to remove certain appointments made thereunder and to appoint a new board of management for the Elora business improvement area. And then there's a recommendation that bylaw 2025-39, 2025-40, and 2025-41 be read a first, second, and third time and passed and signed by the mayor and clerk and corporate seal affixed. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Jefferson, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. Notice of motions, none. Motions where notice have been given? Nope. And then, there we go. Confirmatory bylaw. A bylaw to confirm the actions of council. Recommendation that the bylaw 2025-42 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held June 16, 2025 be introduced a first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Adams, all those in favor? So moved. And our last one, who would like to move adjournment? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you, everyone, for that very lovely and eventful day.
My favorite day of the year. Your favorite day? I look forward to that. I'm impressed.